Yo, let's get it.
Knowledge of self, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. You never stop learning. God is within. Protect your energy too. And remember, your haters really admire you. They just don't got the strength to tell you. You looking like a big deal.
I'm looking like a big deal. Yeah. And I'm looking like the real. If you can't swim, you bound to drown. Hard body like steel. Riding waves like I'm in a competition. I don't care how you feel.
Salute. Salute. Peace, peace, peace. Salute to the gods, the goddesses, the kings, the queens, the men, the women, whatever you want to call yourself, man. What's popping, man? Appreciate y'all for tapping in. Appreciate y'all for tapping in, man. You already know what we got going, man. I gotta to keep it real, I've been taking a pause though from my herbals and really like just blowing at night, rolling up at night, rolling up at night instead of, as you know, I can get it in all day. If you ever see me on the live stream, I get to it in all day. But working on some self control though. Got to work on that self control, man. And it actually been dope. It been dope not getting right up and smoking. Cause that's what I usually do. That's part of my program. That's part of my routine. I get back. I get right up and smoke. Hey, salute, Queen Lotus, Black Rock, the one Mister. Who else up in here? Uh, Miss Reed. Who else? What's that? I think that's about everybody so far. Salute to all y'all for tapping in, man. Tapping in, man. And of course, I want y'all to, yeah, if y'all want, I want y'all to, if y'all want yeah, tap in on the panel for the topics at hand, man. For the topics at hand, man, and see, what's people's thoughts and like what we can learn from this shit. My main thing is always what can we learn from some shit, man? Because we could talk about some shit all day, whether it's negative or positive. But did we learn something from it though? Did we learn something from it? Hold up, real quick, as I'm about to share this out one time for my Weebles. One time for the one time. Yeah, let me hold up. Dang, I just got some messages too. But yeah, let me share this out real quick before I get into it. Yeah. What y'all on? What y'all on? What y'all got doing? What y'all got going right now? Queen Lotus, what you doing? Uh, the one Mister, what you doing, fam? What y'all on right now? Y'all peeped anything that was in the topics? Did y'all peep any of that, or is the what was in the topics? Is that all new? Is that all new for y'all? Okay, there it go. There it go. There it go. There it go. Queen say it's all new for her. Yeah. Okay. Well, look. Hold on. First, let me drop this link too. Let me drop this link For anybody trying to hop on, let me drop the Lizzle. Hold up. I got sidetracked. I got sidetracked like a mother. Okay, I dropped the link. Let me pin that thing now. For anybody trying to come on and you know. Q, what's popping? Vern, what's popping? Peace. Peace. Salute to the guys, man, and the goddess, man. Salute to the real. Salute to everybody tapping in. But yeah, I dropped that link. Uh hold up real quick. For the let me run this intro one more time. Let me run this intro one more time.
Knowledge of self, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. You never stop learning. God is within. Protect your energy too. And remember, your haters really admire you. They just don't got the strength to tell you. You looking like a big deal.
I'm looking like a big deal. Yeah.
Hey.
And I'm looking like the real. If you can't swim, you bound to drown. Hard body like steel. Riding waves like I'm in a competition. I don't care how you feel.
Yo, Queen Lotus, salute. Peace, sis.
Salute, King. Salute, King. I'm gonna listen to what you say, then I'll give you my input on it. I kind of dig Mob James. I just want to see. I want to know what happened.
I fuck with Mob James too. I'll be digging some of the stuff he be talking about.
Me too.
But so basically though, from what I noticed though, they got in they had got into a verbal altercation based upon some things that was said on each side that the other one didn't agree with. Hold
About
on
the
real
blood,
quick.
about the Pyrus.
Zab, what up? Peace, God.
What's good? Yeah, I ain't never. What happened with Mob James and Charleston White? I ain't get to watch it yet.
Okay, yep, I'm about to get into it. So yeah, they had a discussion and it went kind of left based upon the fact that Mob James was taking offense to Charleston White was taking offense to some of the stuff that Mob James was saying as far as like the background that he come from and what he was affiliated with, and he is still a part of that to a certain extent, but he's not active in that behavior. And you know, Charleston White, he his whole thing be like, fuck all that shit. Anything that he feel like is not conducive to the community, he gonna say fuck that shit, and he don't care who right there, who not right there, or whatever. And it seemed like that was what spread it. But also from what I heard is that it's a possibility that Mob James could have been speaking about Charleston White behind Charleston White's back, and Charleston White overheard it and found out. So that could have played a part into it too. That's another thing. That's another part of the rumor that I heard, and that was the time for him to address it. Whatever was happening with the conversation, it played a part in him addressing it.
So did he
And
say what? Did he say what
okay, I
Mob
see.
James supposedly said about him?
Well, no, that wasn't said. What they supposedly said about him, but rumors are it got something to do with how outspoken Charleston White can be about things that people feel like he shouldn't be speaking on or shouldn't take it that far.
Right.
So that's what I heard the behind your back conversation could have been about, allegedly. And that
Yo, when
is what rolled up to Charleston. That's what led up to Charleston White reacting the way that he reacted when whatever was said in the conversation that they was having, and that's what caused for Mob James to react the way that he reacted. Because at the point it left, all whatever the points was, all that shit was gone, and then it started becoming like a testosterone issue
As
where
usual.
it was like the battle of men. And Charleston White, he's standing on what he's standing on, and Mob, they was both standing on the business that they was talking about. They was both willing to stand on it, and nobody was willing to back down. But what the beautiful thing that I did catch about it is, when you got other people around you that's not gonna pick a side. That's what's
Right.
very important when you got people around you that's not gonna pick a side. Because from what I was hearing, that ain't nobody picked a side, and they was just trying to get to the bottom of it and get both people to understand like what's really important.
Right.
And
mm,
actually, I can actually play some of it if I let me see if I can find the video. But until then, what y'all think?
Go
well,
ahead, Brad.
when Charleston White, what happened?
I said go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and I'm gonna do a video on this shit too about gangs and the COINTELPRO that be going along with that. But when it come on to Charleston White, when he first came on the scene, I was fucking with him. You know what I'm saying? Like I like what he was doing. I like the message. But as he started to get bigger on YouTube, I think the clout and the fame started to get to him. He started doing a lot of incendiary things, put out a lot of videos, dissing like the video I like the video where he was dissing DMX. I think that was uncalled for. So he was doing like a lot of like shit to like, garner attention. And I think he started straying away from the message. And for me, I don't really rock with him as much as I did when he first came out because of that. Because if you're a real nigga, you're not gonna be doing all the antics and all the extra shit. So, with that being said, I will, it'll be real interesting to find out what they were arguing about. Because if they were arguing over like gang politics and shit like that, for me, I think that's a conversation that needs to be had. You know what I'm saying? This gang shit that's taking over Black America is really a epidemic. It's a pandemic. Ain't nothing but death and destruction coming from it. And if you ask me, either we gotta reformat how we approach gangs. Like maybe a gang could be like a club or like some positive shit. Niggas coming together doing like positive things. But if gangs continue to be this killer be killed, destroying the community shit, then they need to be eradicated. Cause honestly, like I'm gonna be straight with you, man. Like when it comes on to this gang shit, I think the government is setting niggas up for the ultimate okie doke. They're letting all these gangs flourishes because it's doing a lot of the destruction. But I think they're getting ready to snatch all these niggas up that's in gangs. They're gonna hit everybody with RICO charges. So for all you motherfuckers out there that's in gangs, you better be prepared because it's coming. And the thing about the RICO charges, as long as one motherfucker in the gang could be charged with something, all y'all niggas gonna get charged with the same thing. We seen what happened to Casanova, how what I'm saying when they snatched him up with the Rico, he getting hit with all that shit. So y'all niggas better be careful, man. If y'all niggas gonna go out there and do crime, do that shit by yourself. If you start fucking with them gangs and you got that affiliation on your jacket, that's a bad look. Cause when the feds come, and trust me, they coming. I'm saying y'all niggas voted for Joe Biden and Kamala. Them niggas is coming. They just letting the gangs do a little bit more destruction, and then they gonna come in with the Rico, and they gonna snatch all you niggas up. Mark my words, man. You heard it first. So if you in a gang, I suggest you unaffiliate yourself from that shit because the motherfucking boys is coming. Now, when it come on to Charleston White, he got a lot of knowledge, but I think he doing a lot of the shit for the antics. You know what I'm saying? He doing it for the YouTube checks, for the views. So you can't really. I don't really know what Charleston White I'm getting. I don't know if it's the positive Charleston White that's about uplifting the community, or it's the clown Charleston White that's out there trying to be a troll and fuck with everybody because he know that's what's going to garner the views. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Yeah, and
that's a detriment. Yeah.
that's one of the things about him. Because I ain't gonna hold you. When he first came out, like, and I still say like he had a lot of good points, and he still got a lot of good points, but a lot of points that he make it ain't good, and it's not a good look for the people, and it ain't no different than like he's playing a part in he's a pawn too. Let's just say that he's a pawn too. He may not
Yeah,
he may not think
he a
so, but
clout chaser.
Q, what up?
Um, can I just want to say something real quick and
Go ahead.
regarding your question as to my opinion on what's going on. I agree with the brother that was just speaking. I don't remember. I can't see his
Yeah,
name.
Zab 1988.
Zab. Okay. Um,
Yeah, there you go.
I agree with him completely. Also with Thompson White, his delivery with his messages is totally derogatory. He can be very derogatory, and you can't give someone a message if you speak down to them. You're speaking to a grown man. You're speaking to a man that's used to retaliating when he feels like he's being insulted. And I don't, it takes away from the greater message, the good message that he might have. As far as Zab talking about the RICO charges, from the minute I started participating in this drill community and I learned about all the gang activity going on out there in Chicago, I started warning people. And it's like they don't want to listen to anybody who's of a certain age who has the knowledge to give them, which makes it a detriment for them because we can tell you what's going on because we've been there. We've seen this shit happen before. Pardon my language. We've seen this happen before, and it's just a repeat. And I agree with Zab. They're letting them do this to each other, annihilate each other, because they're too afraid to come in. They can't just come in and annihilate them. So they're using them to annihilate each other. It's no way
Yeah, that's
that
a
somebody
fact.
can go up to a jail and shoot somebody 64 times. I don't care what kind of gun you have. They had to be there at least 5 to 6 minutes. You in front of a jail with a bunch of
Definitely.
COs, with a bunch of correction officers who have riot gear because you're in a jail. You got riot gear. You got all these things, and it's only two ways to get out. And you mean to tell me both cars got away? No. People should pay attention. Also, with these social media platforms and all these videos and all this stuff that they do, don't didn't they see what happened to Casanova 2 times? And what's his name? What's the little boy name that just came home from jail? Um,
Oh,
Bobby
NBA.
Bobby Smurder.
Bobby Schmurder. Bobby Schmurder, part of his conviction was from a song he made. You understand what I'm saying? So they have
Hmm.
to really pay attention to what's going on. They're letting them rock over there for some reason, but it's not gonna be
Well,
forever.
we know the reason why they letting them rock. We know the reason.
Hmm.
You know what I like? Here's the thing, though. Even with
So they
that,
could do more, so they could dig themselves a bigger hole.
because they know who is who. They know who's doing what, who's doing who. Listen, man. I seen some shit. Them motherfuckers got cameras that could zoom in and see everything. They know exactly. I'm talking about these niggas be in the departments behind them screens, just watching all this shit go down on cameras. I don't know about your hood, but where I'm from, they got cameras everywhere, man. Them motherfuckers be in there watching everything, and they just gathering up shit. And this is what made me realize that this shit is real. With that shit with King Vaughn, the fact that they had all that information on King Vaughn and they knew everything that he was allegedly doing. You know what I'm saying? I gotta say alleged. All that allegedly shit. They had all that shit allegedly, and they just let that shit rock. And that's how they got a lot of these niggas. They know who's doing what and who's doing who, but they're letting it rock because it's a bigger purpose. And when the federal government get ready to come down and rain motherfucking hell and fire and brimstone and come with these RICO charges, they're gonna do a
That's right.
big swoop.
That's right.
They did
Remember,
this shit
where
before
you
in the
from,
90s.
Dad? Where are you
I'm
from?
out here in like the East Coast area,
He
like
out
Jersey,
there.
New
He
York.
out there by you. He out
Okay,
there
so
by
I'm
you.
in New York too, and this is what I keep telling these kids. This ain't the first time that this type of energy has taken place somewhere. This energy was here in the 80s with the crack era and spilled into the mid 90s. And
Hmm.
we all know that's from the East Coast, that's from New York City, that when they started, even when the mob spilled out of their local neighborhoods and killed Paul Castellano, over at the
Yeah,
state the city in the middle of the rich area. And when the Supreme Team killed that police officer and shot him in the head that was guarding that witness's house, it was a wrap. It was a wrap. That's
that
when it was over. So now that they
it's
kill
right.
somebody,
It's like the same shit going on. Yeah, that's why they brought down the mafia. They're using
that's
the
right.
same tactics.
That's right. That's right. And if now that they done shot somebody in front of the jail and killed somebody in a Gold Coast where all the rich people shop, and now they don't want to come out there no more because they scared. They're not. Those rich people aren't making their money. That's when the Rico. Everybody thinks that Rico is a game because they haven't experienced it. It's nobody that can escape from that. They don't even have. They could just charge you with something on conspiracy alone with the Rico because it's a racketeering charge.
Oh shit, I'm gonna have to jump down. My phone about to die, man. I wish I could stay on here a little bit longer though, man. But goddamn.
Okay,
Charge
appreciate you coming
them.
through though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I'll be in the chat though.
Okay, bet. Yeah, if you can come back, come back. If not, yeah, good looking. Salute that.
Salute.
Yeah, man. They gonna tie. Their whole thing is to tie shit together.
Right. And they
That,
will take
that
it, they
whole
will let it
thing.
run forever so that they could dot their I's and cross their T's because when they finally take these people into custody, they're not leaving.
Nope. Nope. They ain't got no intentions on. They ain't got no intentions on letting these people go. Uh. So okay, but before we get into that though, I want to tap back in on the Charleston White thing though. Um, like with Charleston White, if he if he continues it, this is just my opinion. Like if he continues to come across the way that he do, his message is, which I feel like it's already getting overshadowed, but like his message is gonna be overshadowed. But I but I heard him say something that he's not on the internet to educate people. He's saying because that's not what people get paid for on the internet. He's not here to uplift people. Chris ENT, what up? Um, he say he here to make money, and the shit that he do to help and uplift people, he do it in real life. What's your thoughts on that?
I've heard that he's done a lot, he's done things in the community, but if you really have the purpose of wanting to help, you're going to help regardless of how you feel personally. You're going to help in all areas that you feel that you can reach people. So I don't, kind of like Zab was saying, I really don't get him. I don't know if he's going to be the disrespectful Charleston White or if he's going to be the level-headed Charleston White that comes with a good message. YouTube is can be good or bad depending on what you're allowing yourself to get into. If you are here for a message, that's what your purpose is. That's what you're gonna do. But if you're just here for money, well, it's like they're just useless. They just adding fuel to the fire.
Right, right. I can agree with that. I can, and I just I feel like that's what he's doing. That's what I see he doing. He may be getting through to some people, but for the most part, he playing into their game. He
Because I
playing
know
into their game more than he's uh giving a better direction for the people. He's playing into their game because so many people see what he's doing. It's on such a huge level that more. And then this is another thing: people chop more of his shit up than they see his actual videos. So
uh-huh.
and people are chopping up the juicy shit. You feel me? They not chopping up the knowledge part of it. They chopping up the stuff that's gonna get attention. So that's mainly what people are seeing.
And it's really sad because you could barely find, now that we do have a voice with YouTube and we can get paid. Positive messages are being thrown to the side so that people could be entertained and their need for violence and need for negativity to be fed. And that's just rule. That's making everything, even exacerbates everything even more than it actually is, because you're reaching more people and you condoning this type of behavior. We don't. really back up things that's positive. You know what I'm saying? Anything that's positive, people consider it to be boring. Everybody wants to be entertained. And, after a certain age, you have to give back to the community. You have to be you have to give some type of image to these children.
And that's a fact. And that's why, like, when I when I tell people like I've been to prison and shit like that, and to the county jail like numerous times before that, motherfucker, like, what? You been to where for what? I'm like, I've been to prison and shit like that. But that ain't I'm not walking like that because that's just a that's just a small piece of what I've been through. That's not that's not what I want to glorify. The 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 time I spent in the streets, that's not what I want to glorify. I can, but that's not what I want to glorify because I seen what it did to me and how it was glorified to me and how the direction that it steered me in. So that's why I typically never get to that part of my story until like somebody like really get to know me. And then
Right,
they be like, oh, okay, I never would have thought. Well, that's cool. I don't want you to think that because that shit don't, it don't make me. I I learned a lot from it, but that's not that wasn't cool to me. That shit not cool. But what I'm noticing is that not to glorify it, but to make the correlation of today with my experience to the youth,
right.
because that is part of how they identify with it. So instead of me bringing it or speaking about it, um, instead of me not speaking about it at all or until a certain point, with like youth, I got to make it a point to make the correlation on how that plays a part today and what's the lesson from it, instead of instead of the way that other people do it, as far as like glorifying the shit and making
And
it
that's
seem
our
like this is
problem.
what make you something, because
Right,
that shit didn't make me anything. What it did do, it made me pay attention to more shit because I was able to see like this prison system is like one big circus.
right.
It's a big old movie, and you got to really be on your swivel to be able to to last in this shit, because like you can't, it ain't like being out here, like you can just stay in the house. Up in there, like you consistently got to be exposed to this environment all day, every day for 24 hours. So you gotta be on your swivel. You gotta know how to maneuver. You gotta know how to think fast. You gotta know who running the play, who trying to, you feel me? But that's the shit that these youth want to hear. So that made me think, okay, well, I got to figure out a way to correlate it to today and explain to them the lesson that I got from it. Black Rock, salute.
Right,
Peace,
salute,
God.
salute. How you doing, man?
Oh man, I'm good, man. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm chilling, chilling. Who this is? Queen Lotus right here. How you doing, miss? I don't know if she heard me.
Queen Lotus, you heard him? Oh, maybe she.
What she
Oh,
dropped
okay,
up.
she dropped out.
Yeah. So what? Yeah, what was his initial purpose? Charleston White. What was it with saving kids and all? Like what was?
His, from what I remember, yeah, his initial thing was he was trying to make a way for the youth, put something in place for the youth, give them information, give them um, jobs, opportunities, so they can do something different than what we did or go down the same rabbit hole that our generations had went down.
Oh, okay.
But the way but but his thing was also like the internet is the internet is to entertain, and he felt like he got to grab the attentions of people for them to listen. because that's the kind of shit that they pay attention to.
Cause you know the shit that I noticed, right? When when Martin Luther King spoke, when Malcolm X spoke, they knew how to mesh their personalities with their message. And sometimes, like Charleston White or Hassan Campbell or whoever, their personalities don't mesh well with their message. So sometimes it be misunderstandings and shit get out of hand, and it be all kind of things that be going on because they don't know how to mesh those two together, where they can create that perfect balance where the message can get across while they're being themselves, but trying not to offend people. But I mean, you might offend some people, but
For sure,
they gotta find a balance like towards that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Try to mix your personality with the message, you know what I'm saying? And make a meal out of it. Like, you know what I'm saying?
yeah,
All kind of things come in play, like ego and
Yeah.
testosterone, and they have to realize the responsibility that they have being exposed to this audience where we can make a difference. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I think now is the time for us to make a line between being a child and being an adult.
Right.
yeah. But then it's like, what is that line too? And
Yeah.
and what is making that line look like?
But that's what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
know.
Like, if you're,
Making that line look like?
um, yeah, like if you're naturally immature, like you're gonna, whatever you say, like you're trying to get that message across, you're gonna, some other shit gonna come up or come into play, or you gonna say something crazy, and and people gonna look at you like, what the fuck he said? Why he said that? You know
Right,
what I'm
and then
saying?
it
So people,
turns
Yeah,
yeah.
into
Go ahead,
then it
bro.
turns into a battle of egos. I'll do this to you, and I'll do that to you, and
Yeah.
my peoples will do this, and to me, that's immature. Like, I can't articulate to anybody else what's maturity. I just know how
Mm-hmm.
to be mature. Like, I know how to take a
Or
mature stand.
tact, like, yeah, like being tactful, and like knowing what to say and how to say it and when to say it.
yeah.
Facts.
And that's why I like to always like speak about like the behaviors uh, of people, not just and not just people like myself as well.
Yeah.
So like when I do videos or say shit, like I'm either speaking about the shit that I've experienced in people or some shit that I've done or experienced in myself, and the be the behaviors of people, they come with that when the people who are behaving that way, they don't know why they behaving that way.
Mm-hmm.
And
But you
go ahead.
notice in the beginning, when they first bring their message to the people, you see how humble they are.
Right.
Right.
But yeah, but then later on, when they getting that attention, they getting that notoriety, that's when you see the egos come out.
That's
And
so
then
that happened to me 3 or 4 times on different platforms. When they're building their channel, everything is all good. Then all of a sudden, the energy changes,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't see the same person I was first dealing with anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So this check thing, this money thing that they've thrown into YouTube, it's kind of a way to control people, because now after a while it's going to be how many subscribers, how much money can I get, and the message gets lost.
Yeah.
yeah, no, that's a fact. And that's why that's one of the reasons why I feel like or why I know like what me and a lot of other people bring to the YouTube is very important because the examples got to be shown of like what to do and how or different ways to conduct yourself and how not to get caught up in all this what they call
What's
that shit.
good?
Yo,
Salute, salute. How you doing,
salute.
Queen? Salute
Salute,
to the
Peace,
G's.
peace.
salute, salute.
King guys, what's popping? Stats 280, what's popping?
Circulating in this population. You know what I'm saying? It's raining over here, so we,
It's raining out there?
yeah, it's raining hard. It's
Shit.
raining cats and dogs out
Damn. That shit
here.
about to head over here
It's
soon.
raining cats and dogs here too.
Nah, this shit nice out here. The sun's still at us. It's probably headed this way soon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice over here too. But yeah, so like it's very important that me and anyone else who who try to walk in the way of maturity, growth, to not only exemplify it but speak up on it, whether you're speaking up on yourself or speaking up on what you see out here, because as long as we keep supporting the behavior, it's gonna keep, it ain't gonna change. And it's just like anything else. If motherfuckers see you supporting it, then or if we keep supporting it blindly without pulling people coattail. A lot of times we scared to pull people coattail, and a lot of times people try to make you scared to pull their coattail because of whatever their relationship is. If it's unbalanced, they gonna try to leverage that because they might feel like, oh well, you need me, so, or you need me more than I need you, so you ain't gonna never. You make people make other people feel like they shouldn't speak up, or if you speak
Mm.
up, they're gonna be like, I ain't fucking with that motherfucker or whatever. And it's just like we it's a lot of weak behavior that we see all the time, but we gotta call it out and we gotta walk in it at the same time, and we got to be able to do it without people getting in their feelings or getting emotional or shit like that, because that's not what it's about. But also it takes for a person to know how to communicate with somebody without attacking them, and let it feel like a coattail pull. Let it feel like that. Don't let it feel like it's like, oh nigga you, or nigga you on this or
Yeah,
you on that, like, because people not gonna be receptive to that.
yeah.
Hey, bro, you know the illest shit I learned, and I'm learning it with you and hearing it with other people. I've already had it in me, but like a real man, facts don't have no feeling. So if you tell me like, yo, bro, you just did woody woody woo, you may be a little offended by it, but at the end of the day, you're gonna accept it because it's the truth. That person ain't lying to you. You get what I'm
Hmm.
saying? So you gonna take it and be like, you know what? You right, I do be on some bull because we all got a little bit of bullshit in us, and we all got that naiveness in us because we've been doing certain things for so long. We don't know that that certain thing might be offensive. You know
Right,
what I'm
and the
saying?
truth is not up for debate. There's no
That's
debating
fact.
the truth.
Hmm.
So I
But
mean, you
these
can't
people
flip the
try
truth
to,
because you don't like it. You know what I'm
but
saying?
they try to twist it like say, look, it's say yeah, I stand on that channel. If y'all two, if I'm telling him, yo, why you got a black hat on? Y'all might say, nah, that hat not black, that hat gray. Well, I'm like, yo, that hat is black. But y'all, I don't know what it is, but sometimes these people be so obsessed with certain people. They,
Yeah.
you could be one person could be telling the truth, but the rest of them be so obsessed or whatever with this person, they willing to say, nah, he got on a gray hat. and that shit is crazy. Like, I'm like, what
It
the?
is crazy. It is.
One thing hey
Yeah.
bro, you know the funny thing is, we learned that shit in high school.
Right.
Popularity rules everything. You could be
Mm-hmm.
telling the illest, you could be the illest dude, the coolest one of them all. But just somehow, some way, this cornball swayed everybody to like him. So now
Mm-hmm.
whatever he say, because I was in the situation, like whatever that nigga said, niggas was gonna coach and run behind him. No matter if they were there to witness it or not. They were just gonna say, no, no, that's the truth, dude. Word. Yeah, that is, yeah. You like, nigga, you
On the
got your
real.
mouth word, nigga mouth all open for anything right now. Like you just in there. Like
That's high
Shit.
school behavior. That is high school behavior. It really is. But it's like it's almost like following the status quo. Like people still at a certain age are trying to go with what other people think is cool instead of what's right or what's good for the greater good. You know what I'm to
Right.
change
yo,
direction.
you know what that is, guys? That's and this is something that a lot of people don't realize. Some people have lived their whole life and still haven't figured out who they are.
That's a
Mm-hmm.
big fact. That's a big
Mm-hmm.
fact. And
Mm-hmm.
then and it can be intimidating if you're not secure in yourself for somebody to come along and know more of who they are and be more secure and confident in themselves than you are, and they exude it, and you wish that you can exude that, but you can't exude that until you start like telling yourself the truth, until you start living your truth, until you start not being scared for to be the outcast. Watch, check this out. They got something called group thinking. Group
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
thinking where if you
Yeah, I
don't,
think I
it could
heard of
be
that.
four people. It could be four people, right? And one of them, all three of them think the same, and the one that think different. Hold on, let me bring that back. It can be four people, right? It can be four
Mm-hmm.
people, and one of them can have a narrative, and then the other three cannot agree with it. But if one agrees with it along with the first one before the other ones do. The next one will probably agree with it, and the one that doesn't agree with it will be the outcast, and they'll get outcasted because they didn't
Mm-hmm.
they didn't have the same, they wasn't in the same agreement of the same narrative.
That's the story of my life.
And that's what and yeah, and that's what people do. And when I found out about this, I was like, damn, I remember that a lot in like elementary, junior
Right.
high school, like when you don't wanna be like what somebody else trying to be like, niggas would be like, I ain't fucking with you.
Nah, but this the shit. These people like that. These the type of people that'll run from pain, that'll run
Yeah.
from hardships, that'll try to cover it up, and you think everything is
Nasty.
nah. These people don't experience pain
Yeah, they don't.
and realism. So it's like
They're
the
naive
truth.
to. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
they
naive
can't.
to actuality and raw
Yeah,
reality. You know what
It's
I'm
called
you're
saying?
not
false
gonna be able to
gratification.
accept the truth. You won't be able to accept the truth if you never just said, "Fuck it, let me just take this pain because I know I could get something out this pain." You know what I'm saying?
And you can learn something. For all people that's out there, where if you're listening to the replay or you're here right now present, you can learn a lot through your pain. Your depression is a
Mm-hmm.
lesson. Don't be
Right.
depressed by the things that you cannot control. Understand and identify what makes you depressed, and then learn from
Mm-hmm.
it and move forward. Because once you can identify it, you can be able to treat it. You know what I'm saying? This triggers me. That scenery bothers me. Like
Mm-hmm.
everybody deals with this. Nobody is exempt. Ain't
Right.
no, even the people that's up there with more money than you, and you thinking money is gonna solve all your problems. It's not
Nope.
true. Cause look at
Mm-hmm.
old boy, what's old boy that did what he did to himself. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, money
Oh,
is not gonna be the happiness. You have to find it within, and the best way to find it within is to be able to understand yourself. Understand yourself. You know what I mean? Take that time to isolate
But do
yourself.
you know something, King Oz? I find that when I began to understand myself
King Oz.
and gather the
Yeah, I think
I'm
she think
sorry,
I'm
I'm
King
sorry. What's your I
Nah,
can't
that's stats.
Oh, he know that was his name.
I
He was
can't
King
oh
Oz.
okay,
I'm about to
stats.
run
I'm
with that
sorry,
name.
stats.
I'm about to be King Eyes.
I'm sorry. I
It's all
noticed
good.
that I noticed that when I began to really step into who I am, I intimidated a lot of people. Like people took it as I was trying to intimidate them or make them feel less than what they are. When in all actuality, I'm just being who I am. And I didn't just learn who I am just one day I woke up. I did a lot of studying. I did a lot of reading. I did a lot of conversating with people who had knowledge since I was 18. So by the time I was 35, 40, I knew who I was and I knew what my purpose was. And I don't carry myself the way I do because I want to make people feel less than. I'm just being myself. So it's even
It's
hard to
just
be
natural, just naturally
right,
confident. Like you were
right,
aware, like you naturally aware of everything. Like you just, like people just see, like, oh, he's like you aware, like you know everything. Not even know everything, but you just in the moment and you
right.
controlling that moment.
But I stand on that. Back to Mob James. Did it turn into a threatening type of conversation? Like, did they start threatening each other?
Yeah.
It didn't seem like it turned into that to me. Like they started threatening each other, but it was about to go there. It was
Yeah,
about to
Mom
go there.
James said on Pyro.
It was about to go there for sure.
I gotta watch that. Whose platform were they on?
Well, you can actually see it on Charleston White posted it.
Oh, okay, okay.
He recorded it on his phone.
Oh,
He
that
had the
was
whole thing
he was
recorded.
recording. I was wondering who was recording that shit.
Yeah,
'Cause
Charleston
I
White
thought
posted.
somebody was sneak recording or some shit.
Nah, he was recording it.
It's just sad. Like sometimes I really like begin to start enjoying the conversations and the way that men interact with each other on these platforms, and then it just turns into all out. It turns into a big fight.
You know what that be though? You know what it is, right? I remember when I was a young lad. Yeah, I got jokes for days, so I like to do that. Somebody said something very interesting to me, and he happened to be, a person with a habit or whatever. He said, "Bro, he said, bro, at the end of the day, ain't no prayers for the strong. They only gonna pray for the weak. But in my mind, I tell them to pray for the
Mm,
strong
mm,
because ain't nobody looking at them." I
Facts.
said, "Damn,
mm,
you talking different."
Yeah,
mm.
that's heavy.
Don't
That's
know
heavy.
nobody pray for the strong. You
Yeah,
fucking
ain't
goddamn
nobody
right.
praying for the strong. So basically, what I'm saying is, when you get strong people in a room, we usually can't congregate. It's hard for us to congregate because we like, man, look, I got this, man. I got this. It's hard for us to do that. But then the weak, they can congregate, come together, formulate, and do what they got to do. But the strong usually be our loners. They usually loners. And when they find somebody, usually they're running to somebody who's ideal to them, very similar. And a lot of times, some of them, and
Yeah. And
it's
then if a
problem,
person is
some of them,
trying to, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
no,
I'm
no,
sorry.
no, no, no. Please, go ahead. Please.
And then when a person is trying to grow and they're part of a group and they're trying to move away from that, the other people become crabs in a barrel. They want them to stay in that mindset. They don't want them to grow.
Because I'm telling you, like being a leader, being strong, it's like you're fighting against all the odds. Even because you got, mind you, the trolls could be considered the weak. You sitting there, bro. The sky is blue. The sky is blue. You got 100,000 trolls, weak, i.e., weak, telling you no, it's not. It's red. No, it's not. It's red. So imagine
Mm-hmm.
how strong you have to be in order to stand your ground and not fold to what they trying to put on to you.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Well, you know what happened to me? I start the every year I become more and more by my damn self. Every
Sometimes you
year,
gotta be like that.
yeah,
Like, for
To me, that's when you seem like you start to like
Yeah,
become your best self.
exactly.
When you
Cause
start getting
yo,
more in tune with yourself.
you
yep.
drawing off of your source energy, not someone else's. You gonna start to know
real.
what drain you. You gonna start to know what add on to you. You gonna start to know your original pure thoughts. Have you ever been to an interview where they ask you a question and they trying to basically have you answer with their question or with their answer rather? Like they trying to narrow it down so you answer it the way that they want you to. Like, bro, I'm a free
Yeah.
form thinker. Like, I don't want to think like you. I can't think like you. I'm not you. And that's why I keep telling people a lot of the thing, it's a huge misconception with all of us being equal. We not equal. We're all of us is not equal. Because
I
something,
agree.
yes, we not. It's just simple. Some things that can add on to you could be a detriment to me.
Mm-hmm.
Allergens, hello, allergens, stuff like that. You get what I'm saying? I can eat an
Yep.
abundance of things and it may not affect me. This man can eat an abundance of things and it affect me.
Mm-hmm.
You may run way faster than me. We're not all equal. We're not all basically more or less in layman's terms. So for people won't try to misconstrue and be like, "What do you mean?" Basically, we're not all the same. That's all I'm saying. Chemically, we're not all the same. Our chemicals within our bodies, our torsos, whatever you want to call it, does not react the same as the next individual. We're all individually designed a certain way.
Yep.
Simple as
And
that.
to play a certain
That
role.
DNA strand.
Right, and
That's
to have a certain purpose here. Like everybody wants to be like everybody else. I have to fight to be me.
And can't nobody be you like you can be you.
Exactly.
exactly. Exactly. Even your kids, like you try to fight for our kids to be like, but they gonna be individual. That's why I bet when I named my son, I was like, nah, I don't want him to be a junior because I'm a junior. I said, nah, I want him to have his own identity.
Yeah,
Hmm.
So my
yeah,
father got mad. He was like, yo, why you ain't make him the third? I said, nah, I want him to have his own identity. I don't want because that's a stigma with my name, my father's. That's a stigma right there.
And it's an energy too. Like even when you name
Yeah,
your children, you determine the type of energy that's gonna be surrounding them.
right.
yeah. You like forcing them to live in the shadow.
Right.
Yeah.
You know who I could say that? And he said this publicly, so it ain't like I'm taking a shot of it. But Big U's son, he said like his son be trying to live up to his name, and he'd be like,
Mm,
nah, bro, like be you, be yourself. You know what I'm saying? And it's a stigma because you imagine, you want to be a part of this quote unquote life, but what if that's not your direction? What if that's
mm,
not your DNA? Because there's
right.
people who could go out there, commit a crime, and go to sleep and don't think about it. Then you got people who
Mm,
could do that same crime and it be all over their mind. They throwing up all day. They can't go to sleep. They got insomnia, all types of shit. So therefore, when you have that type of deep depression or deep effect, that means it wasn't meant for you to do it. I'm telling you, it's not meant for you to do it. A lot of people be going against the grain of their DNA. It's not meant for you to do it. You're not built that way, and there's nothing wrong with it.
And
Stop
that's why they
forcing
be
yourself.
off balance. That's why
Hmm.
they're off balance.
yeah, you just going.
Yeah,
You can't go against your gut. Your
Yeah,
gut gonna tell you
that's a good
everything.
way to say it. Don't go against your gut. Yeah, that's a good one. It's a great one. Hmm.
all
But
right.
people don't be. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. I'll go. I'll go when you finish. Go ahead.
People don't like these type of conversations. They like who shot who and who killed this one and who did that. It's okay to have that, but it's almost like every platform is geared towards that.
Yeah.
You got to have some type of balance out here, So even the ones that have to resort to that type of content, at least have something with that could balance it, that could help them balance it when they ready to talk. Because I see some of these bloggers be trying to like really school people, and in the chat they don't like that. They're in the chat totally rebuking the message, totally trying to change the message.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about some whole other stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the and I think a lot of times that can be like the difference between like core a core audience like and depending on what everybody coming for. Because like
Right.
you never know what everybody coming for who come watch you. You feel
Right.
me? Unless you unless you tune in, you gotta tap in with them and see what they thoughts is. You know,
Mm-hmm.
see how they and see how they living and shit, and see what they on, what type of time they on, and get a
Yeah.
better idea of what they coming for. Because a lot of times, like it could be so many people coming, and then it's like you don't know. Because I 'cause even like you can just notice, and I'm sure everybody can see this, but like shit, pages that get more views than what people gonna interact with.
Mm-hmm.
Feel me? So the views can be skyrocketed, but it may not. But it's not gonna match with the likes or the dislikes.
Yeah. But yeah, because a lot of people like the analytics, you see some of them have more people that watch their video that's not subscribed to them.
Yeah,
Right.
So I don't know if they just come for that one or two videos or I don't know the story
It's
behind
the,
that.
the audience. The audience is also playing a part in things being the way that it is because they don't want to hear nothing but a certain type of content.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's when you gotta be strong in your spot. That lets you know, like, it'll tell you, like, you know how everybody run around here. Oh, you clout. Everybody love using this clout chasing shit. But yo, you will really see who really clout chasing. When you can see that, yo, this topic has nothing to do with you. You don't even condone this type of shit, but yet you're putting it out there. Pay
Yep.
attention to the individual's content and then pay attention to their conversation. When you see that and identify everything identifies with each other, that person gonna stay true to themselves. But when they start doing things that's outside of that, that's when you know they clout chasing. Some individuals on here is
yeah,
clout chasing creators. They ain't got nothing to offer you but some bullshit. And 9 times out of 10, that bullshit got nothing to do with them.
Mhm.
yep, you ain't lying. Okay, so all right, to jump on the next topic, have y'all been like going out to food spots? I got a couple of them on the thumbnail specifically because those the ones I know for sure been saying this, but like food spots like I don't go to these spots, but Taco Bell, Starbucks, Chipotle, they um they got shortages on shit, and they've been having shortages on shit for like the last few months.
Mhm. So are they replacing
Oh,
it with something
oh,
else?
hold up. See,
Nah, they
Dan,
not replacing nothing. They ain't got it, and they ain't been
Oh,
getting it.
what
damn.
you said Taco Bell. See, now you got me a little offended now.
Shit.
I just had Taco Bell yesterday, god damn it. What you talking about?
What they say about Taco Bell? I'm sorry,
Yeah,
y'all.
I want to
Somebody
know.
called me.
Shit, tell
What they
me.
say about Taco Bell? I love Taco Bell, but I don't eat there no more.
Yeah, I love me some
Hold on,
tacos.
I'm about to pull the story up right now. I'm about to play it. Hold up.
I bet. Yeah, inform me, because I literally just had that shit last night.
Yeah, yeah, we about to get to it. We about to get to it. National. Uh,
I was seeing too many news articles with rat infestations in Taco Bell. So
Yeah, where though? Like, if you don't mind, like
in New
location
York,
in New York.
Yeah.
Yo, let me
They
tell
be
you,
in they
they.
be in Whole Foods and all
Yo,
that
I
and
was
shit.
just about to say that. Whole Foods. That's
other
another
places
fact.
too, other states too. I saw that shit going on. Saw that happening.
Word. Whole Foods, like, come on, Whole Foods, I gotta hold it down, cause I be going out there to get my little, when I'm out there shopping and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
You in New York, stat?
I'm in the neighboring state, Jersey, but sometimes
Okay, okay,
sometimes I be out there.
same thing.
I know this black lady ain't with this white man. I know she ain't. She tripping. She gonna disrespect me like that.
all right, hold up. Let's get it.
Taco Bell fans may have to think outside the bun and the burrito. The
Oh
fast food
shoot.
chain says it's
Hold up.
having
What
trouble
happened?
getting a hold of some ingredients.
Hold up. I'm gonna have to bring that back. Yeah, I'm gonna have to bring that back real quick.
And it's a black, and it's jiggly, Like, she disrespectful.
Oh, shit crazy.
In other parts of the country are complaining on social media. But can you get what you want here? Telling Orange County reporter Michelle Geely
You hear that?
shows us what we found.
Mm-hmm.
We got soft tacos, crunchy tacos,
Taco Bell lovers are always hungry for anything that crunches.
cheesy fiesta potatoes, everything. Yeah, we're all good.
But lately, some fast food fanatics aren't getting what they'd hoped for. There's an apology on Taco Bell's website explaining to customers that some favorites may be unavailable.
I heard something about that. Yeah, I don't know if maybe it's all the restaurants, but yeah, I definitely heard a couple restaurants here and there, shortage on food and everything.
The airports are pretty short, and just in general, like there's very few food places. We all have to line up at the same food places, which is kind of ironic when we're not supposed to be near each other, but like there's only one place open to eat.
In a statement, Taco Bell, which is headquartered in Irvine, said that due to national transportation delays happening throughout most of the industry, we may temporarily be out of some items. Apologies for the inconvenience, and we hope to feed fans current Taco Bell cravings again soon. The company wouldn't give specifics, but on social media, customers across the country tweeted about their experiences. One woman said, "For anyone craving Taco Bell tonight, I'll save you the drive. They don't have chicken or beef, national shortage or something. I just ate black beans in a hard shell. Was not worth it." Another diner said,
Damn, she said they ain't
"White
got chicken or
hot
beef.
No, they offered me hot sauce. They didn't say there was a shortage on any of it. I haven't looked at it yet, but I hope it's normal.
Hi, welcome. Taco Bell has a big lunch today.
Cravings were satisfied in Orange County. No one we talked to at 3 different Taco Bell locations had any issues ordering what they wanted.
So I had the crunchy taco combo and bean burritos, and no issues there.
In Anaheim, Michelle Geely, KCAL 9 News.
Hey, it's 2021. Living with hair loss?
A little half them motherfuckers need to eat more vegetables.
That's
So thank
crazy.
God.
That she eating beans in a taco shell. That's she gonna get constipated.
Yeah, yeah, that is nasty though. I ain't even gonna hold
Yeah.
you. I ain't even gonna hold you.
But yeah, it ain't just them. It's a bunch of other places.
Like Wingstop, they ain't got no wings. They got
Hmm.
chicken nuggets. They selling you
Right.
chicken nuggets.
I heard they said they're gonna call it thigh stop or something.
Mm-hmm.
Hey,
Wow.
but look though, we not gonna act like that. We not gonna act like that. We ain't know this meat wasn't real.
Right.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, they said I forgot what type of what they said that shit was, but
That
yeah,
shit, all kinds of shit.
man,
You think they trying to set us up for the food shortage?
See,
I think so.
you ahead of the curve. I feel like this winter, that's when it's gonna go down.
Yeah.
I think we might have another lockdown, and that's when before they did it with the toilet paper. Like, come on, man,
Hmm.
stop playing with me. Ain't no way in hell niggas ran out of toilet paper.
Niggas
All
ran out of
these,
Scott
yeah,
tissue. Like that's the best damn tissue to
like
fucking use.
ain't no way in hell you about to sit here and tell me we ran out of toilet paper. Like, how you run out of toilet paper? You got so many off-brand companies. Like, come on, man, stop playing. Watch, it's gonna be a shortage on that food. People gonna be like, and also it's gonna be a shortage on housing that is
Hmm.
affordable.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
For real, like we know what's going on.
Well, that
We know what's
happened in
going
New York
on.
already. That happened here already.
Yeah, it's already happening. We know what's
Hmm.
going on. What they gonna try to do? Put it into little camps so you can't afford such and such, such and such, so you could live in these little camps or something. That's what's gonna happen.
It's a purge going on.
It's definitely a purge going on. Definitely.
Purge going on. And like you always say, Stats, only the only the strong gonna survive.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
That's right. And
Mm-hmm.
not just strong in
Uh,
physical either. You got to be strong in mind. You got
right.
to
Fact.
understand what you're dealing with. You got to understand your enemy. And you got to put your emotions to the side and see it for what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And that takes a special kind of courage. That ain't no street type of courage. That's a whole another level of courage.
But
Yep.
I think the dudes on the streets gonna be the last nigga standing. You know what I'm saying? I feel like because we done survived off ramen noodles. Come on
Hmm.
now. You know what I'm
Oatmeal,
saying?
all that shit.
Yeah,
And
we done
and
did
made
that.
delicacies. And made
One
delicacies out of it.
one slice of turkey, one slice of cheese and shit. Crazy shit. Word.
Shit.
And sea
Motherfucker.
moss.
Yeah, sip
Yep.
drinking sea
Yeah,
moss.
sea moss, yeah. That'll
Chilling
hold
with
you
the sea
in.
moss. Yo, when that shit, yo, when we had the first one, my 30s homie, I was trying to get him to bring that shit to me. Trying to get that sea moss, man.
But yeah, not only that though, but see, so the so it's food shortages, right? And then not to mention, remember they saying they not taking the US dollar anymore. In a bunch of different countries. And it just ain't trickled over here yet, right? So all the signs is there of the collapse of the Federal Reserve System of the United States Corporation Monetary Fund and all of that, right? Which plays a part with the shortages of the food, but not only that, it transitioned over to the rappers because it ain't a lot of these rappers ain't making a lot of bread right now. They
Nah,
actually
they.
spending more bread than they making.
Hmm.
Um,
I wouldn't be surprised if some of them is fucking selling some of their catalog to get money up front.
I
Little
wouldn't be
Wayne did it.
surprised either. I
Yeah,
wouldn't be
yeah,
surprised
not
either.
no Wayne did it, but like niggas is selling like they got if they still owe albums, they selling them shits back to the label and getting that money up front and shit, just to hold it to their ear.
Well, shoot, they gotta have owned some of the catalog in the first place to do that, right?
Mm-mm.
So that's the question first. The niggas own anything,
Mm.
but but see see what I'm looking at though is also like they coming down on the rappers and typically like they go after like big fish. The feds go after like big dudes who really like doing some shit. But if you notice as of late, they've been coming down on the rappers a lot who really wasn't doing that. That was some small shit what they was doing. I mean, they was doing some shit, but it wasn't like it wasn't nothing like on no big meech level or nothing like that.
Mm.
So they trying to get as many people as they can because they know it's not a lot going on with these rappers, so they're not making a lot of money. They're gonna spend a lot of money on court fees. We gonna deplete them of that.
Mm-hmm.
It's a possibility this shit gonna stick or it may not stick, but either way, they gonna spend a lot of money and they
Yeah, look.
probably and,
Hmm.
and they probably banking on them getting locked up.
Hmm. Look what they did to Bill. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? They was trying to really deplete that man. But he had lawyers that was working vigilantly and they got down there. I'm not saying he's right or wrong or whatever the case may be. That's none of my business. That
Yeah.
had nothing to do with me. Whatever happened in his bedroom, I wasn't there. I didn't assume no position. So basically I'm just saying like, you know, they that a lot of that they wanted to deplete that man of his money. And what they doing, they targeting all the black people.
Yep.
Like, come on, all these people that spend what happened for people forgot about the little scandal that little, you know, Epstein, Weinstein, and
Oh, I
Yeah.
ain't
uh,
forget.
Oh,
mm-hmm,
they
They
extraditing
still
him
they
to
still
Cali.
messing with that.
Yeah, they about to send him to Cali to face more charges.
mm-hmm,
Who, Just Lane or Epstein?
Now Weinstein, yeah, they about to send him back to Cali
I mean,
to
why?
face more charges. Yeah,
mm-hmm.
now this
And that
nigga
nigga
gonna go
was
from Rikers Island to Pelican Bay.
And it to me, it's mighty funny how they all got the Weinstein hearts, Epstein. Mighty funny, y'all niggas got the same little Steen in the last name. Y'all like the
Yeah.
same things too. Y'all like the
Mm-hmm.
same things too. Mm-hmm.
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 The Steens and Steins and
Mm-hmm.
shit. Them motherfuckers.
Gotta watch out for them Steen motherfuckers.
let me tell you right now, you gotta watch out for everything. Nothing
Yeah.
is written in stone anymore. Nothing is what it seems anymore. Everything is just chaotic.
Yeah. Yeah, this shit is just all out of balance, though.
Totally off
I'm telling
balance.
you that's because this shit is this shit is collapsing. They trying to get everything that they can. They
Yeah.
trying to they trying to lock as many niggas up as they can because once you locked up, now you for sure we for sure about to make some money off you.
Shit. Yeah, that's fucked up. So they deplete, they charge them with some shit. These niggas spend damn near $500,000 in lawyer fees. That shit all go back to the government. Then they get locked up. Then they making money off of you while you locked up.
Yup.
Man,
Then it make the label be like, oh, we ain't fucking with you,
yeah,
but we still own your shit though.
yeah. So the label, yeah, everybody making money off you.
Yeah,
I think that's some
it's a
shit.
whole play in progress because they all in cahoots.
Yeah.
It's a whole play in progress. J and J, poppin' sis. Appreciate you for
All,
coming through.
everybody going to jail. So I mean, it's about 8 of them in jail right now. Like I've never seen this in the history of hip hop.
Never. Like you one or two will go to jail. You be like, what the fuck?
And
Damn.
all of them are young.
Yeah.
They all young.
And you know the fucked up shit? If they get about 10, 20 years, they come out, what they gonna do? In their late 30s.
Uh,
It's a
What
wrap.
kind
if
of
It's gonna
they're
be
skills?
alive,
done.
Yeah.
It's a wrap.
What kind
they
of skills they gonna have?
they either going to jail or dead. Then they going to jail with all these tattoos on their faces and you
Right.
know, it's just crazy.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
they know what they doing. They know what they doing.
yeah,
So they
like they
got to
ain't gonna
figure
have
out how to.
no type of skills. Like what the fuck are they gonna I don't know, man. This shit is wild.
And it's even more scary because the youth that's supposed to be the soldiers, their energy and level of understanding is nowhere near what is needed to be able to really fight back. And I don't necessarily mean fight back physically. I mean fight back spiritually, because that's where
Yeah,
the fight is.
yeah.
They got them on a real low frequency because they out here thinking about murder, death, kill,
Mm-hmm.
24/7.
Yeah, and that's what that's what people like us is here for.
Yeah.
Speak more life and speak more life.
But that shit is so bad. It's just all that murder. That shit is directed at themselves. Like they don't love themselves. Like that shit is just.
They
It
don't
ain't
have
against
They
knowledge.
nobody
don't.
else. Yeah, but
They don't
themselves.
have knowledge of self. That's what knowledge of self is for.
Right.
For the black man, for the indigenous man to rediscover who he is and be proud of himself. That's why they took that information of us so that they can mold our children into beasts. And that's what they are now. They're beasts. You can't even talk to them.
Mm.
Nope. I don't want to hear that shit.
They don't want to hear it. Like they really, really don't want to hear it.
Which is it's designed that way.
Right. It took a long time to get here, but we here now.
Yeah.
Which is
Because they
which is which is why I like it's the young kids. It's the young kids. It's gonna be a few older kids who gonna catch on to something, but for the most part, like it's the youth, the
it's
ones
the
that's
youth,
really
youth
young.
king. It's the youth king, but it's also the ones that are of age and refuse to gain maturity and educate themselves. They're just as detrimental. They're
Yeah,
the enemy. They're the enemy to me. I'm sorry, but they are.
and you, and I look at that like it's just it's casualties to every war. So like I said, that's the demographic I was saying. Like some of those people is gonna catch on and some not. But you know, the main the main focus got to be the youth because they don't got any ways that they stuck in because
But
we
what? Mhm.
a lot of people is already stuck in certain ways. So it's kind of hard to get a point across to people who already just got a certain mindset and they don't want to change it.
Yeah, it
Right.
is.
But in the midst of all that's going on around us and everything crashing, to be like this and not sit down one day and say something ain't right or I must be missing something. What's really going on here is what's the most is the scariest thing because that makes me realize how many people are actually programmed and they don't even realize that they're programmed. They think they're using their own mind.
Right. You're right about that, and that's
Yep.
funny too a lot of times, but it's not funny. But
Mm-hmm.
it can be funny because like people can feel like they so certain of themselves, but it's programming.
It's programming
Yeah.
to the fullest. And I retreat because I'm not going against the machine because we all have a choice. You have a choice, and by the way that you react to the messages that's being given to us, that something is wrong, that shows me that you made your choice, and I'm not going to fight you.
Mm.
Right.
So
Yeah.
that drains me. In the process of me trying to teach you, that's draining and killing me. So I walk
Mm.
away from it. I'm not abandoning it. I give to those who come to me and really want it. But I can sense when you don't really want it, and that's when you got to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. And see, a lot of times, like we gotta start, not us right here, but just like the people in general, us in general. We gotta go with our, like we were talking about earlier, our gut feeling,
Yeah.
because like shit would be right in front of our face, and we'll still act like it ain't there. People will do stuff right in front of our face, and we'll act like they didn't do it, or just because they did it to somebody else. Like, nah, nigga, if you shit on them, nigga, you shit on me.
Oh,
Uh,
shit on me too.
you
Yep.
feel
And
me?
we're
So,
also very emotional. They know how to attack our emotions. They know how to control and shift our emotions like gears.
Yeah, we the most passionate, and we the reason passion exists in a dictionary.
Yep.
If passion was a person, it would be us.
Yep.
Yeah, we all passion, bro. When black man lack passion, he's bound for doom. You're doomed because passion leads to motivation. Motivation leads to ambition. We gonna get it
And
all.
ambition
Go
and
But they
ahead.
ambition leads
sometimes
to
mistake the
manifestation.
passion for yeah, they
Manifestation.
sometimes mistake
Talk.
the passion for anger though.
Yo, but that you gotta understand. You know why? They'll never understand that because we've been through so much. We got so much to prove and nothing to lose.
Yeah.
That entitlement mentality, it means nothing when you've been through nothing. The only way entitlement is valid is when you've been through it all. And we don't even feel entitled. We still passionate to prove. Don't
Right.
let that go over your head.
Mm-hmm.
passionate to prove.
Word. We out here proving that we worth something. We contribute to this world spinning. Jeff Bezos just went to motherfucking to the moon or whatever. Went to outer space. The first civilian space shuttle.
That's what they say.
Like, you know what I mean?
That's what
Well,
they said, man.
I want to.
No.
I want to know. I want to know how he got his money before Amazon.
And he just gave $100 million to that guy. I forgot his name. He was the one that was talking about Prince when Prince died. That had the glasses on. What's this guy?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know his name,
Ooh.
but he's a black man. He gave him $100 million, and he said you could do what you want with it.
Ooh. You gave him 100 mil.
Yeah, let me look up this guy's name. I don't know. There's some strange things going on, y'all. It's really, 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 really strange. Jeff Bezos. $100
So
million
that
dollars.
wasn't wasn't he part of another company or something before? Wasn't
I
it like
think
something to do with an airline?
I think so. It was something like
Well,
that.
he
Was
just
it
gave away.
JetBlue?
I think so. I think it was JetBlue. I think so.
He gave
Yeah, I
away
think
200 million. He gave 100 million to Van Jones, and he gave 100 million to Jose Andres.
Oh, so he
Van
ain't give it. So he
Jones.
ain't give it to nobody then.
Why couldn't he give that to the communities
Yeah.
that need it?
He
See,
And
need he
and
need to
that's the
be
shit.
yo. You know this United States greed is gonna be the destruction of this shit. Motherfuckers making
Yeah.
billions and millions of dollars, while the people who are like the quote unquote middle class gotta pay for the quote unquote lesser. But the
Yeah.
people that's
Niggas
higher up ain't.
became
Yeah, the
billionaires in the
thing is the
pandemic.
reciprocation ain't flowing. The higher up should be helping the middle. The middle should be helping the lower.
Yeah,
The
like
problem is the higher ups ain't helping.
when niggas couldn't go to work, these niggas was becoming billionaires. Apple was the first trillion dollar company. During the pandemic, when niggas couldn't go to work, how they
well,
made all this
they're not
damn
really.
money?
That's why they was giving out money because they're not really. People don't understand what the core ingredient of money is, and the core ingredient of money is energy. So when they was giving us money, they was just giving us little monopoly money to give them back because they want that energy exchange. That's why they call
Yeah.
money currency because it's a carry
Oh,
carries energy.
yeah. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Currency, current. Yeah, I get it.
These people is real slick. And anytime people say, "Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist or whatever," I tell them to spell Evian backwards. Spell Evian water backwards. What does it say? Spell
Every
Evian backwards.
naive, naive.
Naive.
Yeah, yeah.
Hold up, you said what backwards? What is it?
Every
Evian.
naive. NIAVE. Naive.
They be
Or
talking to the
anything.
public, but they do it in slick ways where people will never see. So if you're telling me if I buy Evian water, I think I'm buying something special because I'm naive. That's what you're telling me.
Yo, speaking of fucking water, you know that new water Essentia?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not
Wow.
good.
I read on the shit. I'm just sitting there. I'm like, let me see what kind of water this is. I drunk it before, but then I said I never read the label. The label said that the company who owns it has the technology to take water from any source,
So you could be
and make
drinking
it
toilet
and
water.
make it and make pretty much basically and make it pure. So I said, this shit is trash.
Hmm.
This
Yeah,
is fucking sewer water.
yeah. The best water to drink is spring water, and like if you can't get nothing else, like go
I,
with the
I like
Crystal Geyser from what I
I like
researched.
Fiji. I like Fiji or faucet water. You want to?
Oh yeah,
I
even
drink.
that, even the Fiji, like
Yeah,
they capped us with the Fiji.
yeah,
I used to mess with that too. They capped
yeah.
us with the Fiji though.
They cap us with everything.
Yeah, I read that shit. I said, oh hell no, nigga. I could be drinking swamp water from Kathmandu or some shit. Like, what the fuck is this? They said any source. And I'm like, yeah, people don't read it. They just see, oh, it gives you electrolytes, it rehydrates you. Nah, they put some crazy shit in there.
Them electrolytes be fake though.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, the way that they do us, no wonder people is dropping dead.
Yo, y'all been to the doctor recently?
No.
Oh,
Nope.
no. For some reason, I'm lacking vitamin D for some reason. But I be in the sun all the time.
That's cap. They want to give you something. They want to give you something.
For some fuck, I'm like, what? I'm like, I'll be in the sun all the fucking time. I'm lacking vitamin D. Because they took my blood and they told me that. I'm like, what?
Yeah, I wouldn't even believe that. Yeah, I wouldn't even believe that. And and if you are, there's plenty of easy ways to get vitamin D without taking something from them.
Yeah, so I'm like, this is impossible. Like, I be in the sun all the time. And
That's
I
why
all
I
of a
take
sudden,
my sea moss. I take sea moss has 92 of the 102 minerals that we need.
yeah.
And all you have to do is take a teaspoon a day.
Mhm. Now I gotta buy some more from it. I usually buy it raw from the supermarket
And they have this
and boil it up myself.
herbal supplement for iron, and it has other vitamins in it. It's called Floradix. You can get
Florida.
it on Amazon. Floradix. That's also very good. It gives you a lot of the minerals that you need through and through herbs, rich in iron.
Yeah, I think I gotta start taking some. I started taking vitamins again.
Make sure
But I
you
gotta
got
start
your
taking,
burdock
yeah.
root. Make sure you got your burdock root. That cleans out the blood because they put all of these toxins in our stuff. We have to
Burdock, you said burdock root?
yeah, burdock. BIRDOCK root. They have
Yeah,
the
I heard
tea.
of that.
Yeah. They have the tea, they have the capsules.
Yeah. And make sure you take a shot of your Tiger Balm. You know what
Word.
I'm
That tiger bone.
That Tiger Bomb.
You must have West
Yeah.
Indian people in your family, Stats. If you said Tiger Bond.
Yeah. That tiger bone.
Slide through drink champs. Nori might get you
Yeah.
right.
Mhm. I was
Mm-mm-mm.
surprised he had that shit on that show. I was like, oh, these niggas drinking this shit? I was like, oh, shit.
No, ain't no situations around him though. He getting violent.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a fact. Yeah. And niggas
What a
sitting there for
dude
2 hours. Yeah, they sitting there for 2 hours talking to dudes and shit. Like, nah,
yeah,
nigga.
talking some bullshit.
Oh,
But nah, man. Yeah, yeah, man. Health is wealth, man. Getting into your mind, body, and soul, eating the right things. Working out, staying active. It's the best thing. Women attract men. The women are attracted to men who are into themselves just as well as men are attracted to women who are into themselves.
I'm
You know?
attracted to men who can think for themselves.
Yeah.
okay. Okay.
Period.
That should be on every female's mind, every woman's mind.
And that's so hard to find.
Yeah,
It's like
Yeah, we
it's like
got
a
it.
needle in a haystack.
Nah, I don't
Yeah,
think
it's hard.
it ain't. You just gotta talk. You just gotta talk about certain things with these guys or whatever.
They be fronting though. I want them to talk to me. I want to listen. I don't want to be the one talking, because then they just see people are slick. Period, not just men. Once they hear what your ideology is, they'll just try to match that. I want to hear his ideology.
Oh, okay.
And what's a trick to that? Cause it's always a trick to something where you could get to the nitty gritty of a motherfucker. Mm.
I don't know, but I try not to talk too much. I guess maybe people might think I'm boring, but I'm tired being the one doing all the talking. Let me see what you got to say. What you got to say to me?
Hey, if you ask me, in my opinion, the trick to that is asking questions like,
Like moral question.
Yeah, like
Like
or
if
like
the dude gives you extra change at the store, would you walk out and not say nothing, or tell him, "Yo, you gave me extra money"?
oh
They're
Shit,
gonna say
hell
what I want them to say.
shit
If I
like that.
if I drop 500 right now and I ain't even say nothing about it 5 hours later, are you gonna tell me I dropped it?
Like
I
shit
feel
like
like a
that, like
question gonna say
moral
This
no.
is
question.
like you gotta be a rocket scientist with these guys, man. It's crazy.
Look, you gotta ask them questions like this. This how you get to know people. When you get to ask them questions like okay, what was your relationship like with your mom? What was it like with your dad and your brothers and sisters and so on and so forth? What did y'all used to do?
Yeah,
What kind of
yeah,
stuff that what y'all used to talk about? You know, shit like that. And then that get to letting you know where people mind is at because like when you ask them kind of questions, they can go so far.
yeah.
And those kind of questions can go so far. You could just go layer because you didn't live so much life and been through so much, and then that's going to allow you to get to know like who a person is and what they got to offer because like knowledge itself is gonna exude itself if the person has it, but it's just about the questions that you asking them to get them to uh elaborate on it or exude it. You feel me?
In other words, I gotta break a brother down.
Nah, you ain't gotta break them down. Just
I mean, that's not breaking nobody down, but
just
that's
crack.
part of
Just
getting to
like,
know somebody.
yeah, get a nigga to crack. Like if he don't talk about his childhood or where he come from,
Yeah,
how he grew up, that's a clue right there. Like, hold up.
yeah. And
So,
then
you
if they and then you got to bring stuff back up to see if they can remember it.
yeah, like you gotta check again. Like, ask him the same question 10 months later, you got a different answer. You go, oh yeah, this motherfucker lying. This nigga lying.
And not to say that mean that what you ask is going to be like a make or break, but you know,
I've,
Let's
I've,
see
I've
if he consistent. See if his answers are consistent.
right?
facts.
Because it you may got 10 questions 10 months later, and eight eight or nine of them may be the same, and then one of them may not be.
I was thinking maybe I need to just get some red shoes and tap them 3 times together and say there's no place like home.
Nah, but y'all be making it so like it's that difficult. Like it's not that difficult.
Yes, it is for females. Yes, it is. These brothers out here. I mean, maybe I'm too. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe it's me, but I don't like weak men. I don't like weak men that can't think for themselves.
but that's where the community, like the conversation, come into play at the beginning. Like, yeah, how you was going? Like you sitting down and you build, you
But they
talk.
be fronting. They be fronting. They'll say one thing and their actions say another, and then I got to get rid of them.
Mm. Like what? Give an example. Like,
Like they'll say that they're moral, they have the ethics about a situation, and then they do totally the opposite of what someone with ethics would do.
that's where you come in with the test. Like I said, the moral test. Yo, this guy gave me extra change. Should I keep it or give it back?
But I ain't gonna tie y'all up with my situation with these kings out here, with these Miss Ladies. Oh boy.
Hey, I feel like the moral test is like I think anybody gonna pass that test. Yeah,
Right, right. That's a
I think
good one. That's
anybody
a
gonna
good one
pass
right
that
there.
test.
That's a
For
good
real,
one.
for real. Hold
Nah, but
on.
it's different ones you can do though. Like, see if y'all go out on a date or something. See how he treats the waiter or the waitress that brings y'all food, or just see how they treat people who could do nothing for them. See what I'm
Hmm.
saying?
Mm-hmm.
And just see how they treat those type of people, like people that can't do nothing for them.
I think maybe I'm cynical or I just study too damn much. Like I overstudied. I don't know. How you doing, Miss? What's your name again? I forgot your name.
My name's Audrey, but it says infamous truth teller on it.
Okay, how are you?
I'm
How you
good. How
doing,
are
Audrey?
you? I'm good. How are you?
Pretty
What's up,
good,
Miss
pretty good.
Miss Truth Teller? Welcome back to the channel.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
you for coming through.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You had something you wanted to add? You heard something?
I was just listening because I was just listening. I heard you guys talking about like the another shutdown and all this stuff, but then you guys were talking about trying to find a man. I kept hearing her talking about that, and I'm like, yeah, she's right though. It's true. I've been single for 6 years on purpose, because like they'll put on, they'll front. It doesn't matter what you say. And there's some conniving manipulators. You know what I mean?
I
They'll
know, but
manipulate the
it's
whole
it's.
conversation. But you're
I
right
know
about
it's.
talking about the family, though. You know what I mean? Asking about the family. They don't talk about the family or where they're from. If they got a lot of sisters, they're a good man.
I
I
wouldn't say all of
mean,
that. That's not true. All
not
of
Well,
necessarily.
I'm just saying it. I'm just joking. But I'm just saying, if they
that.
have a lot of sisters, usually they know how females are. They either know how to manipulate them or they're good men because they taught them well.
But I mean, it is kind of harder for women because you have to let a man into more than your life. You have a man into your body, your soul, your emotions. Like,
I
that's
do
what the man
background
is there
checks and
for.
everything now.
Yeah, like you have to screen like a lot of like you have to try to screen through all the bullshit. Like man, we can just okay, what the fuck, what I'm gonna do, and that's easy for us. But for now, it's more harder because the man has to enter not only your life, your body, everything else. You see.
Yeah, there's a lot of like just materialistic, a lot of I just like I said before on the last time I came on here, there's just a lot of tangible things that people think that they need and they don't. You know what I mean? They don't realize they don't look at a person for who they are. They look at what they have.
Mm-hmm. But like I said, that's why you see how they treat people that can't do nothing.
Sometimes the tolerance level is not even there anymore to even you know what I mean, because usually we usually have that instinct, we can kind of feel that instinct if they're good or they're not, but they're not all the time, because I got a story that would blow your guys' mind, but I don't know if I want to tell it right now. But I mean, somebody that actually, is actually on the death row right now, but like that's why I'm thinking,
Wow.
yeah, somebody, and this was not, but no, you know what I mean, something happened after me, but it was a scary ass situation. Sorry for my cussing,
Wow.
but it was a scary situation. You know what I mean? Because knowing that I had, I was, I was around this person. You know what I mean? And in a manner that yeah, very, very scary situation. I'll probably tell you guys, but I don't know if I want to tell right this minute.
Wow.
Yeah, it would blow your mind. So I'm
Yeah,
very
we
cautious.
It's very scary out there. It's scary.
yeah, we gotta always keep in mind too that it's gonna be a lot of you're gonna go through more situations probably that won't work than that will work. You feel me? Because that's just part of going through the motions. That's just part of living. The only thing
Mm,
consistent is change. So
yeah.
Right, right.
we
But
got
then
to
when you
make
have your
sure that
kids
we
too,
remember that when we going through these things, because like I always say, it's a lot of times where this we see all these signs ahead of time, but we make a conscious choice to deal with them. No matter how small the sign may be, the signs always be there, and,
Yeah.
and we make a choice to look over it. Then in return, we'll get something that we didn't want on the ass end of we get the ass end of the situation.
and then you
So
can become jaded too.
Now I've
yeah,
been lately. I've been paying attention to the signs and keeping them in arm's length. And then I'm like, okay, yeah, now no, I can't deal with this.
And sometimes our previous situations cause us to keep them at arm's length, and sometimes they're probably. But the way I see it, the way my theory, I thought in my mind, is that if somebody wants to be around you, they're going to make an effort to be around you, no matter how long it takes, and no matter what walls they need to break down. You know what I mean? They'll
Yeah,
take the time to do it because they want to be around you, because they dig you. They, you know what I mean? They actually want to know you. So they'll take that time to, however long it takes, if they really want to be around you. I mean, if you're not giving them an attitude and stuff, giving them a sad, sorry attitude. But, if somebody wants to be around you, they're going to make a point to be around you, and they'll make an effort.
but are you gonna want that person back? See, that's the difference.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That that person would have to know you well enough or be around you well enough. You know what I mean? To know kind of a little bit of your history. I don't know about meeting new people. I don't know. Because you don't know anybody anymore. So like I'm just kind of just chilling, just being a mama right now. Because I don't want to put my kids through any more, excuse my French, bullshit. You know what I mean? Because
I
I
think
have
it's
two older kids. I have a 24 and 19-year-old, and then I have a 7 and a 3-year-old. So I've been through the domestic violence. I've been through all that stuff, and my ex-husband was a national champion in judo. You know what I mean? So like with the domestic violence with him was scary. Like, and I grew from that. I educated myself. I know everything, but it's trauma has a way of causing you to put up walls and put up barriers that make you a little more hesitant, even if they are good people. Sometimes you don't even see the signs when they're hitting on you.
no, that's a fact.
Yeah, that trauma
That
is
trauma.
crazy.
If you haven't healed from it,
Yeah,
if you haven't healed from the trauma, it can actually like damn near just like follow you your whole life.
yeah, but like, what can they do to heal that trauma?
You have to talk
Uh,
about it.
yep, yep.
You
Right,
have to talk about it. And
Really,
you have to
right.
talk about it too with the right person, with the right individual. But that's what we were talking about before. Is like you have to go through all these different people that are in the professional field that don't necessarily specialize in certain things that they say they do. So you don't click with them. So you got to go find another one, and then you don't trust people. So it's a little difficult. You know what I mean? When you're on this end, trying to find the right person that you click with, that you could tell, to not have to retell your story over and over and over again.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Mental health thing it is tricky because like you said, people say they specialize in this, but then you tell them they're like, okay, yeah, well, try this and try that. That shit ain't got nothing to do with me.
Or they want to dig and say, "Oh, when you were a baby, do you remember?" And it's like, wait a minute, that's not what I'm
Yeah,
here for.
like,
Maybe we'll get to that point, but I don't trust you enough to even tell you when I was a baby. You know what I mean?
yeah,
hey, but on
crazy.
the real though, but that be the shit. That be the shit that you gotta get to figure out the issue though.
Right, but you got to click with the person that you're telling too.
That's that's
If they
true.
want to jump right down your throat and want to jump right into when you were a baby, and you're just barely trying to talk about what happened last month. You know what I
Right.
mean? To get to that point, because I mean, I didn't even realize I had a lot of trauma. Like I had actually went through, and I put myself there because something
Most people
happened in.
don't.
Well, I put myself because I couldn't go to the classes like the not outpatient, but the the classes you have to take like education, like child education. That's a long story too, but I couldn't do it by myself.
Parenting classes.
Yeah, because I don't have any family, so I don't have no support. So I didn't have nobody to tell me, hey, get up, you could do this. So I put
Yeah,
myself in the actual, like the home, like the place where they go, like people go and they actually stay there, because I
yeah,
had to, because I needed to be able to have that constant, to be able to pull through and be able to get it done. And
yeah,
at the very end, they have you do a timeline. And it's supposed to be like the first time, like you hit a joint, or the first time you know what I mean, had your sip of alcohol. Like it starts kind of like right there, like you do your timeline from however old you are, from like the first time you like maybe had a sip of beer or something, and then you just kind
Oh,
of start going through your years, and you start kind of just putting on the little side on the note, like this would happen, or I was chilling here when I was 14, and I started doing my timeline, and I was going, and then all of a sudden I was remembering things, and I was like, oh my God, I had so much trauma and so much stuff that I didn't even know was trauma because I've raised myself. And you don't know what's normal until you see something else. You know what I mean? Like it's not
yeah.
foreign to you. When you see something normal, that's foreign to you. So I realized that I had a lot more trauma year after year after year after year. And I didn't know because raising yourself, you just adapt to situations, you just adapt to your surroundings. So like
And
you
you
don't
and
even
you get
realize.
taken advantage of easier, being
Well,
that you
you
don't
see a
have.
lot. Yeah, and you
Yeah,
see a lot too. You see a lot. You see a lot of. I mean, I know anybody from old mafiosos from back in the day. You know what I mean? To OGs. I was in every neighborhood. Like because I was like a hustler. I'd hustle, whether it was legit stuff, whether it wasn't legit stuff. But I would always. That's how I would. My name was good at everywhere I went. You know what I mean? Like so, whatever I was hustling, they hey, you know her. Like yeah. So I never like gang banged or nothing, but I know everything there is to know about the streets and how it works and all that stuff because I seen it. But I didn't realize how much effect it did have on me until I did that timeline.
yeah, yeah. That's the thing. Like, children shouldn't have to grow up like that, but sometimes they do.
Yeah, and you don't
Sometimes they
know.
forced to.
Yeah, you don't know, and I didn't know it's different. I didn't know it was not normal. That was normal to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That was
Yeah,
my.
that's
I
because
did
everything been normalized to us. All of that
right,
kind of stuff
yeah,
been normalized to us, so it's like we don't see it in the same light that uh, uh that a therapist or something would see it in, or
right.
somebody who don't come from that.
Like simply sitting down at a dining table with people, like even if I go to a friend's house or like how everybody sits down to eat and stuff, I always end up being the one cooking because then I have an excuse to not have to sit down because it makes me nervous, it makes me uneasy, and because it's not normal to me. You know what I mean? So it's like I feel like and it could be just me, but like that PTSD kind of kicks in and you feel like everybody's looking at you or they're waiting for you to say something wrong, or you know what I mean, and it's not, it probably not even like that, but it makes me very nervous. So I make sure I keep myself busy. So they're always telling me, come sit down. And I always go, well, let me clean this up, let me clean that up or whatever, whatever, to kind of until people kind of start getting up from the table and it starts to becoming less at the table, then I'll go sit down. But when I'm around like a big group of people, it makes me, because I don't know if I'm going to flip, like, what are you looking at? You know what I mean? Or because you don't know. And so, like, that had to do a lot with my trauma. And I didn't realize
yeah,
it until I talked about it, and I realized, oh snap, that's why I felt this way or that way.
yeah, yeah. That shit, it'll follow you through your whole life. So,
Yep, it does. It follows you. It's like a dark shadow that you don't really, and you
yeah,
don't realize
yeah,
it until, and it does affect your relationships, affects new relationships, affects current relationships, affects a lot. So I just kind of decided to let me just hone in on myself and my kids and, get myself straight so that I could be a whole, you know what I mean? So I could be whole for myself and my kids. So then I'm available to meet new people, you know?
yeah. Yeah, and then sometimes, like you was just talking about, like sometimes you got to spend that time with yourself to get more in tune with yourself, so you know your weaknesses, what triggers you.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Or even to know that information to do it.
yeah,
That's the thing. Like we don't come we don't come from that kind of stuff is like looked up on in our community.
yeah,
To be self-aware is a very big thing. And it's a critical thing that you need to be self-aware.
Yeah, and they not glorifying it enough. They're not glorifying it like how everything else is glorifying,
they
putting in
they
our
they
face.
just they just glorify and fit in, do what
Hey, I have
they
a
doing.
question real quick. When I put it on mute, can you guys still hear me when I put it on mute?
No, no.
Okay, I just
Nah,
want to make sure. Okay.
Yeah, like that's what they glorify now. Fit in, do what everybody else doing, do it this way, do it. They don't glorify individuality.
Right, and that's why we gotta really like, or not us, but the people really look at these situations with the that they look up to as far as the entertainers
Mhm.
and see like this ain't like it's all a setup. It's all a setup. Like I was saying the other day, like everything that these people doing is on the record,
Yeah,
so they're gonna figure out a way to tie it in to whatever they want to tie it into, so they can build these.
you give me a mic going higher and lower. They
So they
going
can
higher and
build
lower.
the so they can build these bullshit cases and shit.
Yeah,
So these dudes really got to be careful, man, because it ain't getting no easier. It ain't getting
Have
no easier, and it's like once you in, you in. As far
have
as
you
them contracts go,
have you
but
ever heard of those?
ain't it easier to gather up the sheep as opposed to chasing wild wolves?
That's what I was gonna say. Have you guys ever seen the show Brain Games?
Nah,
I don't know.
I never watched
nah,
it.
Well, it's basically it's a psychological, things that your eyes could deceive you, and it's just it shows you different like scenarios, and they did a scenario in because we're naturally wired to follow, to be followers. That's what we're wired to do. So they did like an experiment, like just to see if that was true, to see if it is, if that's so, then let's do this experiment, see what happens, right? So they went to like a busy mall. I don't know if it was like one of those America malls or what, but they went to a huge mall and they did like when you go to the bank, they have those little divider things that have the little things that you pull out, to keep the line aligned.
right,
And
Yeah.
they had one go through. They had it start at one point, and they had it go. I mean, they had it, had those things going pretty far. I don't know how far, but really far, to make it where it could be a long line. A lot of people could get in the line, right? So they had
Hmm.
some people that were staged stand in the line in the front, right? And then some people, other people would kind of get in the line too. And then they had somebody, they had a couple more stage people down the line, and and like one would start bobbing his head. He was listening to his earbuds, you know what I mean, and like kind of start dancing, like later on. But this is over a period of a couple hours, I think. And
Yeah.
so the people they had staged in the front of the line, yeah, they wanted to see how many people would get in the line and not ask what the line is for. How many
Mm.
people, and that thing got, I mean, it was full. I mean, at the end of the thing, when they had that one guy like in the middle of the line, way down the way, that was started bobbing his head, and then another person kind of started singing a little bit, and then pretty soon they were all doing the conga line all around the thing, and not one person asked what that line was for. It was for nothing.
Mm.
Nobody asked the person in front of them, "Hey, what's this line for?"
Mm.
So just to kind of prove the fact that we're naturally wired to follow if you're not aware.
Yeah.
yeah, I would
Yeah.
agree with
That's
that.
yeah. It's like I said, it's easier to herd the sheep. You get everybody thinking the same way, everybody doing the same thing. It's easier to control. But when you got people
And
that's
then when you have
independent that want to do this and do that and think for themselves, it's harder to control.
and as a collective as fear, because we all exert energy, right? Like I said, like we were talking before, we all exert.
Yeah.
So we exert that feeling of fear, and then we have so many people here in America that are from different parts of the world, different parts of the country, and if you have so many people here that are from different places in the world that speak different languages, different dialects, then all they have to do is exert that. They have to put saying that there's treason, that there's somebody like invading, or like making us think that we're being attacked. And there's
Hmm.
so many people that speak so many different languages, they're not going to understand, cause confusion, which is going to cause fear. So in
Yeah.
a collective, it's going to cause everybody to feel that energy. And if you do it in a collective enough, it starts turning into like a mob mentality, and people start getting desperate and start, you know what I mean? Start feeling that they have to survive, like a survival mode. I guess you would say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the mode that we've been. Yep, that's the mode we've been trying to be in. Survival mode all the time because of the condition.
And we're not evolving. We can't evolve if we're in a constant state of uh, survival. You know what I mean? Trying to fight something that we don't know what we're fighting. We don't even know what we're fighting. We
Yeah.
just feel it. You know, we just feel it. Nobody even knows really exactly what we're fighting or running from. We just feel it. You know,
Mhm.
We're running from ourselves. Be honest, we're running
self
from ourselves.
reflection. Yep, self reflection is the hardest thing for any human being to do. To have to self
Yeah.
reflect because it's easier to blame everything and everybody else than it is, and to blame the four way
That's if
stop in
you're
the
not.
morning.
That's if you have a problem with honesty. Because if you
Right.
can't be honest with yourself, you can't be honest with anything or anybody.
Right.
And I have the tattoo: honesty, shame, and no regrets tatted on my face because that's the way I live. You know.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, self reflection. That's one of the biggest things that, yeah, like it's hard to do. It is. I ain't gonna lie and act like it's easy. It is. It is hard to do, but you also gotta like if you can't do it yourself, like you wanna you wanna be around people who will hold you accountable. So you in a respectful way, of course, but so you will be able to grow from your situation instead of just going down the same rabbit hole
And you have to
or
surround
feeling like
yourself
ain't
around
nothing wrong
positive,
with it because
productive.
it's been
Yeah.
normalized.
You got to just surround yourself around positive, productive people to do positive. You know.
No,
And
that's for real.
somebody told me when I went to the domestic violence shelter when I went years ago. I mean, I've learned a lot, like actual education of domestic abuse and the psychology. You know what it actually does to you. Somebody told me one time. They said, Audrey, have you ever tried to go eat by yourself? Like just go to McDonald's and go get a burger or whatever. If you think, and I didn't think, and I was like, what? And they're like, have you tried to go eat by yourself? If you notice, a lot of people don't eat by themselves because if you think about conversations you had with people, they'll be like, "Why are you gonna go eat by yourself for?" You know what I mean? Like if there's a stigma to it, and I knew it for a long time, but you know what I mean? Like, and then finally I was like, you know what? Let me go see. And it's really not that bad. But then also they said, "Have you ever tried to look at yourself in the mirror? And how long can you look at yourself in the mirror?" And I never thought about that. I didn't do that for a long time until it just hit me. I got out the shower one day and I was just walking out the shower and I was like, wait, and I backed up and I looked in the mirror and I realized I couldn't look in the mirror longer than maybe 2 or 3 seconds before I would look away. And I was like, oh my God, it was just an eye opener. It was wow, I didn't even realize that. And then now you can't get me out the mirror. But you know what I mean? But I didn't realize how true that is, like to actually look at yourself in the mirror. How long can you look at yourself and truly look at yourself? And that's just like a way to do it, like physically, but mentally to be able to self reflect is a really hard thing to do because it's easy, like I said, there's so much material things and things in this world that the guy that runs the four-way stop before he was supposed to, and you talk about him all day long to everybody that wasn't there, and you waste all that energy all day to tell everybody about that person you'll probably never see again. You know what I mean? Because it's easier to kind of put whatever subconsciously where your issues are with yourself or whatever. Because a lot of times when we have issues with somebody, it's because we see a reflection of ourselves, whether it's good or bad, of ourselves through them. So it's either if we don't like them, it's probably because it's something that they portray outwardly that we feel inwardly.
right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That can be seen a lot. That can be seen a lot. Okay, so infamous truth teller, what's your thoughts on um? Are you familiar with what happened with Charleston White and Mob James?
I no, isn't he like a sex offender? I'm not sure. I did see a
Oh, I
couple of
don't.
them.
Ooh,
So,
Charleston White.
I don't know if it's. I did see a couple of things, but I don't think I've really looked in on it. I saw that there was one that they were calling out. They did that. He's a former, or he still says that he gangs bangs or something,
No,
but he's
you're
old.
talking about our son. No, this is another person.
No, that I'm not familiar with it. If you fill me in.
Oh, okay, okay. Um, okay. What about the what's going on with the food shortages? Did you
That
I'll
I
be
think
back.
that
did
I stand on that. I'll be back if
okay,
it's still on. Okay.
okay.
the
Salute.
food shortages, I think that has.
Look,
I mean, I'm sure I think there's a lot of like. I mean, there's of course there's government involved, the politics to it, but the all this heat wave too. This heat wave that we're experiencing. Like I'm in Tucson, Arizona, and I don't remember ever it being this hot. Like literally sweating
Man,
in my house.
that should
You know what I
sound
mean?
hot.
I
Tucson,
mean.
Arizona. It sound hot.
But I mean, it's
Hey,
a dry heat, and I'm used to it. But this time around, this last couple month or so has been crazy. Like I got 4 fans plus my air conditioner. Well, not my air conditioner, swamp cooler. I don't know if you know what a swamp cooler is, but
so
it's
dry. What's hotter to you? Humidity or dry heat?
humidity because you sweat. You can take a shower, and as
Yeah,
soon as you get out the shower,
yeah,
you're already sweating again.
yeah,
And
yeah,
I think that dehydrates you a lot quicker. You know what I mean?
yeah. In New York over here, oh man, that humidity is. Oh my
It's
god.
treacherous. And right now we're experiencing the
Oh,
humidity because of the monsoon season, the rain season.
yeah.
So our swamp coolers don't work. So the swamp coolers don't work when there's humidity. So
Wow.
it's even more treacherous. We don't have ACs unless you have like money, you know?
Mhm.
Oh yeah,
So
you got to stay in the spot with AC.
yeah,
Yeah.
and I think that a lot of it has to do with the climate change because if you look at the news it's only going to pump out what it wants to tell you. But I watch a lot of the I don't know the C.WHITE. I don't know if you know who they are, the Young Turks, and they tell you like the truth about situations, not what the news is pumping out. They tell you like the real story behind it, and the crops and all this stuff in California and over here on this end is like they can't grow anything. There's a drought. There's no, we
Yeah.
don't, they're closing down the Lake Havasu because the water is so low that, you know what I mean? We're going through a water shortage. We're going to go through a
Yeah.
water shortage pretty soon.
Didn't them fires start
A
back
lot of
up in
lakes drying
California?
up.
Yeah,
Didn't them,
uh-huh.
didn't them fires started back up out there, right?
They sure did. Yeah, and
Yeah.
then we had. I mean, I don't want to get into politics because there's two things you don't talk about when you're drinking, and other things is religion and politics because it always starts a fight. But
Yeah.
but Trump, yeah, that narcissistic sociopath. You know what I mean? He doesn't care about nobody but himself. So the 4 years really did a lot of, I think, damage. You know what I mean? That we could have did some damage control. He's really, and he still trying to pump out some stuff. You know what I mean? So
Uh,
he's got like dictator kind of personality. He looks up to like dictators. So he was trying to. That's what he was trying to accomplish. Was trying to you to feed all this information to all these people that is not true. Because if you say it enough, people start believing it.
yeah.
If you don't inform yourself. And I think the food shortages have to do with that, have to do with climate change, have to do with politics because the ones that have money are pissed off because Biden's trying to make them pay taxes now, and that not all come out from us lower middle class people. And he's not like the number one president that was all. It's still politics, but he's trying to do a lot of damage control. Obama tried to do a lot of damage control, and Obama said he was I think it was on Oprah years back, but he said you can't just go into the White House and um, you can't just go into the White House and just change, everything that somebody just did. You know what I mean? You can't just go in and just cut everything down and say, oh, you have to go through all these, avenues and all these things to get this stuff undone. So it takes a lot of time to be able to undo what people do if it's not good.
Yeah, the presidency is just that's just like a puppet, basically,
Yeah.
for lack of
Figurehead.
better word.
Right, right,
Yeah,
right.
figurehead.
And
Exactly.
probably a lot deeper, a lot darker than we'll ever know or ever see. You know what I mean? Because there's a lot we don't know. They they've we've gotten to the point through generation over hundreds of years, you know, gotten to the point to where we're conditioned to what they want us to feel we have to abide by. You know what I mean? To what is law, what's not law, and there's a lot to it. Like with the court of law, like when you go in there, and if you it's what they call admiralty law. I don't know if I'm saying the right word, but you know, when the ships
Yeah.
board, when they dock and undock, and they come from other places, and you're getting product from
Mhm.
another country, or in other parts of the world. So basically, you know, the boarding and unboarding of a ship, right? So that's what, like, the 12 jurors. And if you look at a court of law, like the 12 jurors, and then when you come in, and then that the judge has to pronounce that they're acting as judge and not as a banker. Like, there's a lot more to it. I don't even think I could even tap into it. Like, you know what I mean? But that a
No,
lot
I
of
know
times,
exactly what you. I know exactly what you're talking about.
so it's admiralty law. Like, you know, so you can go, and we're a natural person. So we've conditioned ourselves along with all the things that we don't go along with. Like, we think that it's necessary, and it's not necessary. Like, you know, and I'm not all like crazy, like Illuminati and all that, but I mean, like, if we look at a birth certificate, it's like a warehouse receipt. It's a date of issue, like the day you were born. You have a witness, you know what I mean? You know, and all that stuff. Like, you know, you have a witness of the birth, you know, like the live certificate of birth, because everything is in capital letters. Everything that you look at, your driver's license, your birth certificates,
Mhm.
anything that's capital. That's the capital. You know what I mean? That's the government. Like, all
Yeah.
that stuff is government. So that's basically like a business, or you're a product of them. You know what I mean? You're not your natural person. You're not
Yeah.
representing yourself anymore. You're representing the entity of the government, and so on and so forth. So when we sign, you know, certain things, and when we, you know, abide by certain things, we don't have to abide by them. If we educate ourselves about, I don't know everything, but you know, I like informing myself about some things, just to be aware of things. But if you know the ins and outs of all that, you could go into courts. I've seen it happen, and you say, you know, this is who I am, and you know how to have the verbiage the right way, the way you articulate it, and the way you speak it to the court of law. They can't do
Mhm.
jack. You know what I mean? If you present yourself like, even your name is like, you know, your mama gave you your name, but it's because it's like, everything's in capitals, and if it's all in capitals, that means it's part of the government. So we've been conditioned over hundreds of years to think that this is all necessary, and it's really not. So
Mhm.
didn't just happen overnight, you know.
Yeah, I know it. I know what you're talking about. I've actually I've actually done that. Like, went in court and presented myself and fought for myself. So yeah,
Yeah,
I know
and
exactly what you're talking about. And it is I mean, it is more to it than that.
what they
Um,
give sovereign citizens is what they call them. Like, even when
nah,
you're
n-
driving, when you're
nah,
driving.
nah, nah. Not me.
But like they say, when you're driving, and if they pull you over, I mean, the cops. I mean, like I said, we've been conditioned, and so we'll probably end up going to jail. But if you say that you're traveling and you're not driving, you know what I mean. There's certain verbiage that would get you out of certain things that are to deal with, like government and courts, and so on and so forth. And if you look, there's always a monetary value in with courts. There's always a, you know what I mean. And once that monetary value is
Yeah,
ruled,
everything
and
is
it's,
about money. It's
yeah,
all
yeah,
about
yeah,
money at the end of the day.
yeah,
Everything that
yeah,
they do is about money.
yeah. And I mean, it wasn't there when all the, way back when, you know what I mean? Like, the money wasn't there, it's they created that, the Federal Reserve and all this and that, slowly but surely. They said America's been bankrupt since I want to say 1930 something, or 19, don't quote me on the exact date, but we've been bankrupt. So they started using us as like collateral, like
Right,
so they were
right.
using us people as collateral. So that's where the mandatory, like, where we thought mandatory, like, birth certificates and stuff came
Yeah,
from.
and that's why I said and that's why I put in the title the US dollar collapse equals the feds arresting the small fish because the the dollar is not worth anything. And in some of my other videos, I also suggest for people to look into investing in silver for when the dollar is completely crashed.
And gold and all that.
Get
Yeah.
gold. You can like gold is cool, but the reason why I would encourage silver is because um we're more it's more affordable for people coming from where we come from for
Right.
what we can afford. You feel me?
Right. Yeah.
And it can be spent a little bit easier because gold by the gold by the ounce is a different price and a
And
different size.
have you heard of tungsten steel?
Have I
It's
heard of
called
what?
it's called tungsten Tungston steel.
Nope.
So what?
I only stick with the
But what I'm
silver.
saying, but what I'm saying is, I was kind of brought to my attention because I used to work at a military hotel. So I used to work when it was like a weekly, monthly, like so when they would come to that certain hotel, like they were staying. It was an extended stay kind of place, and it was all military. So I met some, like so they would come down and I would work in the little bar area. So they come down and get their complimentary drinks, and then you'd hear stories and all the stuff from the military people, just where they've been, what they've done, and a lot of the military husbands have rings that are made out of tungsten steel because it's like basically it's like the toughest like like metal, precious metal, I guess you could say. But it's not
Yeah,
here in the United States. I believe it's like in China, and it's like the mines and stuff, and where you could get it is like, and there's no what do you call it? You know how they have it fluctuate with the gold and the silver, the pricing.
yeah.
Like, there's no actual pricing for this tungsten steel, and there are tycoons that are trying to get a hold of this and trying to put it to where they can put a like a cap on it, to where
Mm,
they can regulate this tungsten steel, because that's
mm,
supposed to be like the next. Because so the military men have these rings that are made out of it because it's basically indestructible. You know what I mean? So
mm.
you might want to just
Well,
look
that's
in on
dope.
that. That's some different information maybe you guys could just look into. But yeah, I was looking into that, and there's no cap on that. So there's like billionaires and gazillionaires, whatever you want to call them, tycoons that are trying to get a handle on this. They're trying to get a hold of this right to price this tungsten steel thing. So
Yeah,
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 that's
for
small.
sure.
That shit,
Yeah,
they just came out. They just found that, or
no, it's been around, but it's not talked about because it's not. You know what I mean? There's not a cap on it. So the people with money are over here fighting. They're fighting each other, trying to get somebody's trying to get claims to it. You know, and to
so
be
that's,
able to.
that's a new form of wealth, then, right there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So you got all these people that we don't know, probably will never meet, but they're fighting over this stuff. And if we don't make ourselves aware of what's going on, what's really going on, you know what I mean? We can't get our foot in the door. You know what I mean? We have
It's
to be
called
able to be ready for it. Tungsten,
tungsten.
yeah, tungsten steel.
I'll look that shit up.
And
you
you
know
gotta
where to
like
buy it at?
I don't I come across I actually came across a ring that I don't know, I just happened to come across it because like I said, the way I used to live. But I don't know where they purchased it at. That's where I came across it from the military men that were over there, and they were, I was like, oh, that's a cool ring, their wedding ring, and I was just complimenting them on their ring, and they were telling me what it was, and that's how I found that out. And then I did my own research, and I did my own, you know what I mean, looking into it. So I was like, that's crazy. I've never heard of it before. And I started doing my own research, and you just got to dig, and you will find it'll uncover itself.
Right.
Yeah.
So salute Sierra Brown. Appreciate you. But yeah, tungsten steel. Okay, that's something that people can look into and see what the pricing is on it. And hopefully it's something affordable. 'Cause,
I'm listening. Sorry, it's my son, my 3-year-old.
but what I do know is that yes. Okay, go ahead. what I do what I do know is that this joint right here is most definitely a good investment. Silver coins,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I see that.
silver coins is most definitely a good investment, and they gonna come in handy once the U.S. dollar does collapse because silver and gold is the only thing that's classified as real money, and to have a dollar, it has to be backed by silver or gold to have any value, which is the reason that the US dollar is collapsing because it's not backed by anything except for like infamous truth teller was saying, the birth certificate, the social security, and any other contract that they put us in.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, these silver coins, like 30 like $34 an ounce, $34 a coin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah, definitely do your research on the tungsten steel because once that, if I don't know if it's taken off yet, I haven't really looked it up lately, but I know that if it hasn't got the cap yet, when it does, that could be worth something too.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't. I just know things. I don't know. Like, I don't do. I don't. 'Cause like I said, I have the ADHD, so I like to know a lot of things. But I don't invest like completely on one thing because there's so much that you can know and so much you can take in. And I kind of take in what works with my life and what I need to know and to survive and be able to be there for my family. So, but I like to know. I know everybody says your conversation, you talk a lot, but you always talk about different things. Like you know what I mean, and it's interesting stuff. They tell me.
Right, Michelle. No, you dropped some
Yeah.
valuable information that the people
But
didn't know. I
you
know
don't
I
know
didn't know.
you don't know where they mine it at?
I know that it was. They said like the biggest mines I want to say are in the Asian countries. I want to say China. I want to
China?
say I want to say China. It could be any of the Asian countries, but I want to say China. That's what's like coming to my mind right now. I want to say it was
Damn.
China
So
because that's where I was saying
they
that's crazy that we're fighting over it to get a hold of it, and they're fighting with probably China. And China's probably over here playing them like puppets. You know what I mean? Because they have uh
yeah, that's crazy.
the
They
most
get a hold. They get yeah.
they
They
have the
become
source, the main source. Yeah, they have the main source of
yeah.
it.
They could be the world's power. They manipulate that shit, right?
Yeah, and there's something too with something that when the things that they put in cell phones, on the inside of the cell phones, that I've seen documentaries on the kids and these little kids, tiny kids that are over here mining for this stuff, and they go in these deep holes, and it's like so dangerous for them, and like their life expectancy is not high, and these little kids, I mean, they're born into it, and they get pennies compared to what when we get it and
You
what we're
talking about
paying for these cell phones.
the lithium, whatever that is.
No, it's not lithium. It's I can't remember. I'll have to find the documentary and then I'll let you guys know because I saw it and it's so sad because these kids like they'll come the person will come from the town like the main person will come and pay everybody but they're making pennies like half a pennies compared to what that when they take it into town and they resell it and then they you know what I mean and then they're selling it to us and then when we buy the cell phones like they're living in
Yeah, it's like sharecropping,
yeah
basically.
they're living in such bad conditions and just to get like little flakes of this stuff like it's like they're like flakes like it's not it's like dust but they will do it because they need to survive so they don't care about this. I said, Mama. He's got the hand sanitizer. He's trying to tell me.
Yeah, they doing a lot over there to the people, especially for them to bring it over here and charge way more than what they paying.
And they
It's
have yeah, and they have no
so
clue.
system on both ends.
Yeah, and they're being mistreated, and they're being you know what I mean? They're being manipulated to think that that that's all there is to it. When it's really
Yeah.
yeah, they're making a killing over here, and then we're buying these $800 cell phones, and these little kids are like 3 and 4 years old going in these deep. tunnels and holes, and they're, I mean, and they're inhaling all this stuff that they're trying to get these just flakes of this stuff.
Yeah, that's
So,
crazy.
so what do you think that we can learn from what's going on right now to, or who do you think that we should target to try to make a change?
We all need to just, it only takes one person to change the world, I think. You know what I mean? To start to change the world. You know, we just have to be willing to stand up, because a lot of, if you look at all the people that did change things, or in the process of changing things, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, all those people got assassinated. You know what I mean? Abraham Lincoln, you know, people that were trying to make a change, that were trying to make things different or better, because they had to stand alone for most, you know, the main part of their uh, journey. You know what I mean? Before people started catching on, because everybody's afraid to step up and say something. You know, so a lot of those people that did change history and had big, uh, you know, big imprints on the history. You know, the change in the good. They had to stand alone for a very long time and just keep talking and keep talking, and just be willing to. You have to be willing to stand up and stand alone sometimes in order for
Yeah,
people to start catching on, because people are too worried about what the other person thinks. You know.
Yeah, we gotta target the establishment because they consider themselves public servants, but
Hold them accountable.
yeah, and no, but in their mind, we work for them. They supposed to be working for us.
That's why the Republicans are all pissed off, because Biden's trying to get tax them. That, you know, they got all the money in the world. Like, you know, they can't even, when they die, they'll still have all this billions of dollars. You know, but because now he's trying to tax them, they're all pissed off, and that's why they're pulling all the crap they're pulling right now. You know.
But when they do tax them, they don't even pay that much in taxes.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Then they're throwing tantrums for nothing. You know what I mean? When we're busting our ass to barely survive.
Yeah.
But, you know, sorry for cussing, but
They take damn near half your paycheck
yeah,
in
and
taxes. You like, where's
they
all
weren't
this?
even they weren't even about all the stimulus, because they didn't want it to pump back into the community and to the environment and to us lower income people, because we might get ahead. You know,
Yeah,
that's exactly why they didn't want it to come out. They didn't want us, because they said, oh, it's going to cause inflation. Of course it is, because we have went through the pandemic. But
yeah,
they feed you all this rhetoric, all this stuff that is not necessarily completely true. You know what I mean? They just pick little things and they run with it. You know, and
right. Because
yeah,
they're gonna inflate anyway. It's already inflating. They're gonna
yeah,
inflate regardless of what they say or try to how they make it try to seem.
yeah. Well, I tried to buy a used car because I don't have a car, and I couldn't even buy a used car with the stimulus money, because they're overpricing all these used cars. I did all my research.
yeah,
I couldn't
Right.
even buy a car. So like I'm still carless, you know, because of what happened, you know.
yeah. Because $20 don't buy you what you could have bought 5 years ago.
And then people are taking advantage of the system, you know, or the people that
Yeah,
have the stimulus money or have a little chance to get ahead. You know, they're like, well, because people will buy it. They're gonna buy things sight unseen because
hmm
there's such a shortage on it. You know.
yeah,
Hey, and that bring me back to what I was saying because it's like the the that's another indication that the dollar is collapsing because what you can get for your dollar back then you can't get for your dollar right now, but it's all the same shit.
yeah.
It's all the same shit. And that play a part in the other countries. Like, man, we ain't taking that shit because we already
hmm
see, they see what's going on over here. They see
Yeah,
that the United States is crumbling.
they'll laugh
And
at us.
since the United States is crumbling, it's like, well, we can't take no more of your money because it's not worth nothing.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, so you try to go exchange it. If you go on a trip, they laugh at you. They don't want your money. Yeah, they don't want your money. They don't want to exchange your money.
Right.
hmm
So they just so all they doing they just letting it be known ahead of time for because they see what's going on, but the people don't see what's going on. Like people is like steady like stacking these blue faces, and
hmm
I would just highly encourage people to like invest in some silver or some gold if that's what you want to do. But I would say silver because it's more affordable, and you can do more with it because the silver is more for spending purposes. The gold is more so to back a currency.
Yeah.
And
So
we
what about
all,
copper?
huh?
Copper.
all the
Uh
smokers got the
copper
copper.
copper I mean, I would say anything that they're gonna take at a currency exchange that's worth some
Yeah,
value.
because being that copper is used for electricity and things like a conduit for that, like because you could take copper piping from a building and go to the scrapyard and you can make a lot of money.
True, but I think you can use silver for more though. You can use
You know
silver
what?
for more,
You know what? The us, on the
and it
lower
keeps
end of
you in
the.
tune with the moon too.
I
Yeah.
heard that they're taking the Cadillac converters, and because they can get a lot of money for Cadillac converters, believe it or not. I was
Yep.
watching something on that too because of what they're made out of or something. That people are going and they're stealing people's. They're going into junkyard, not junkyards, but yeah, junkyards or shops, and they're stealing the Cadillac converters. That's all they're stealing is the
Mm,
Cadillac
Yep.
converters.
mm,
Yeah, you see that a lot out here.
mm. I ain't know that the cat what they said is made of. Like,
I don't know. I just learned that too. So you just gotta look it up. I just like to give the information and share the
yeah,
information, so then you can do your own research, because I can't remember exact dates and stuff. I have an issue with. You could tell me what song is on the radio. I could tell you what year it came out. I'll remember every single song. Like I'm music is my thing, rhythm and rhyme and it's all that stuff. But you asked me what date it was. I couldn't tell you for to save my life.
uh,
That's part of the trauma too, I think, because I've been around the jukebox since I was a little girl. So
oh,
my mom was a pool shark, so I used to go and like hunker down around the jukebox, and they used to all give me dollars, and I used to keep the jukebox going back in the day. So I've been around music my whole life, so I hear and with the ADHD, I hear every tick, I hear everything that there is to hear, like in music, whether it's classical, whether it's hip hop, whether it doesn't matter.
yeah.
I can
Hey,
hear.
them Cadillac converters is they be made of like platinum and
Oh, that's
palladium.
yeah. And I think palladium is worth more than platinum, right?
Uh,
I don't
I'm
know.
not sure.
Yeah, I
I'm
think I
not
seen
sure.
like yeah, I think palladium is worth more than platinum. I think palladium is like right under silver. It's gold, I guess gold, silver, and palladium, and then the rest of them.
Yeah, so that's why they be taking that. That's why
Yeah.
people yeah pull up, come get that, cut that off fast, take that to the junkyard.
That's what they're
Shit.
doing. They had like this show on all these people on hidden camera on the security cameras of people jumping the fences, and that's all they're taking. Like they saw people like go in and steal, and they're like, "What they steal?" And they didn't find out till later that it was the Cadillac converters when they go work on these people's cars, or that the Cadillac converter was missing.
Yeah, them is a high priority.
Mhm.
So yeah, but yeah, we gotta get ready, man, because
I think
it could be here today, and I ain't saying I know if it's gonna happen, but I'm seeing it play out. I mean, not saying I know if it's gonna happen. I'm not saying that it's gonna be tomorrow, but I'm seeing it play out.
there's a lot
Yeah,
of spiritual warfare too going on.
yeah, a lot of
Yeah,
it.
With
yeah,
all these kids getting killed from their parents and missing, and it's
Mhm.
crazy. It's crazy. It's like more than I've ever seen too.
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
The women is being attacked as
yeah.
as well as the male and the children.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's not like how even in the streets and stuff. I remember back then. I mean, where I'm from, like the women and children were off limits. Like if you had beef with somebody on the streets, like the women and children were off limits. Now they don't care. That's who they get. You know.
Yeah,
Yeah, a whole lot didn't change it, and
and then you
Most
got
of
them.
it is just due to like the programming.
Yep, and you got them
It's really
pulling
all
licks
due
and
to the
stuff. Yep,
programming
yep,
and
and they're
not knowing that we're being programmed.
and all the youngsters are pulling licks, and you know what I mean. They're jacking people instead of trying to, like, in the street sense, trying to earn it on their own. They just take it, and then so that's why there's a lot of that violence is coming from that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot is about to unfold, for sure. This I ain't uh I ain't like putting no bad energy out there, but it's a it's a heavy attack on us. So like it's gonna be a bunch of more um deaths happening due to, you know, things that are just gonna be that are just part of what's happening. It's gonna be a lot of more people getting indicted because they
Mhm.
trying to they trying to do away with whatever they can do away with while they can before this whole shift come, because
Yeah.
it's going into a change where things is about to be in our favor again.
Yeah.
Is it the ball about to be back in our court? We got to take control of it though when
We got to get
as
it.
it's
Yeah, we got to
coming,
get it when
because
it's here. Yeah.
it's right here, because it's coming, but it's gonna be a lot of dead weight that's gonna get shed on that journey. It's
Yep.
gonna be a lot of people that was around us that's not gonna be around us anymore. Like shit gonna look different. We're gonna have to like use our brains different. We're gonna have to start looking at things different, and looking at ourselves as the commodity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. I'm gonna tell you one more thing. I'm sorry, because like you guys, this conversation every time I get on your channel, it just brings up a lot of things that just it sparks my my intellect. But I remember when I was growing up, I was a foster kid, right? So my first foster parents were apostolic Pentecostals. So that's basically you live a modest life. You don't wear pants. You kind of wear skirt. You just be a lady. You don't wear makeup because you just be blessed with what God has given you. You know what I mean? Like God gave you already your vessel. Like just you don't need to put makeup on it and kind of things. Like kind of how they see it. But I remember my foster mom telling me, and I swear to God, like I didn't, this was a long time ago. I'm 41 now, so this is like in fifth grade, I think. I remember her telling me something about. She goes, eventually, she goes, how they say, she was saying it through the Bible sense, but like the mark of the beast or whatever the case, that Antichrist and all that and that. But as I got older, I started like realizing, I was like, she's not bullshitting. Like, I mean, it's, you could look at it as a religion or you can look at it as a political, whatever you want to look at it, but it's happening. And she said, basically, um, people are going to end up, basically, there's not going to be money anymore. It's going to be like barcodes, like the chips, like a microchip, like kind of like as like if you go to the store, you're just gonna kind of run your wrist or whatever the case may be. It's just gonna be numbers in a computer. Everything's just gonna be numbers in a computer. There's not gonna be money anymore. And I just saw something probably a couple months ago, and it's true because that's what it's turned into. But I just saw something a couple months ago, and I was like, that's how they're trying to introduce it to us because they have a thing now that, and I only saw it a couple of times on TV, on a commercial or whatever. But it wasn't a commercial. It was basically like they were introducing it to like people, and it was a Medicare. Like how you wear the Medicare bracelet. Like if you get in an accident, like
The life alert.
yeah. Well, no, not the life alert. Like the bracelets like that the people wear if they're diabetic. So if they get in an
Yeah.
accident, that the emergency people would know, okay, they're diabetic or they're this or that. It would give you like your health condition, right? Well,
Mhm.
they're introducing it to where it's something that you can have, almost like how you microchip a dog, and so that they could just kind of like scan you and know your medical background. Like
Yeah.
they're the way they're presenting
I
it is as if,
I seen. I think they doing some people doing that in Europe right now.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I think that's
Yeah.
how they're presenting it to. I think that's how they're presenting it, how they're starting to present it to us. Do you understand what I mean? Because people are going to jump on the medical side. People are going to jump on that idea. That's great, because what if they didn't have their bracelet on? What if, people are going to think it like that. They're not going to think, oh, snap, they're trying to chip us. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
so they're going to, they start with the medical kind of point of view, like it'll save your life, this and this and that, to do with your medical history in case you get in an accident.
But do they need to chip us? Being
No,
that,
but people are
yeah,
volunteering for
no,
it.
no, no. But like, being that we have cell phones that pretty much run our lives, like, do you think they really
When
might try to chip us?
Oh, well, if they're doing it, I think that's where I'm saying, in my point of view, it just was an eye opener because of what my foster mom told me about them, the barcodes and stuff. When
Yeah,
I saw that thing about the medical like chip or whatever that you could get like kind of injected and or whatever, like it's like a little tiny thing, but I was like, that's how they're gonna start introducing it. That's probably how they're gonna start introducing it, so we accept it. You understand? So it's slowly going to be introduced to us in a different speaking. They're not going to just straight up and say, "Hey, there's not going to be money more. We want to run you here. Put this in your wrist," or put this wherever they want to put it. They're going to try to introduce it as something else, like it's to save your life or save your family's life or save your family member. That might be a sick person or something. And so people are jumping on that bandwagon, saying, "Oh, that's a great idea." Da, 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 da. And then once that starts taking off, then I'm sure everything else will follow. I think being aware and just informing ourselves, I think, and just constantly just being informed of stuff is is
yeah. Because I think it's these phones that's that's they consider the beast because like do you remember how many phone numbers do you remember from people that you call frequently?
I remember phone numbers. I'm bad at math, but I remember phone numbers. I
Oh,
can't remember my
so you like rare, you don't be rare person that
I remember my
remember
ex-husband's
phone
phone
numbers.
number he first gave me when I met him.
Oh, okay.
But I'm bad at math though. But
But then most people
they
don't
don't
know.
know.
They call these numbers every day, five,
Mhm.
10 times a day, and they do not know these numbers.
Mhm. Yep.
And it's like your whole life is pretty much in your phone. You do your finances in your phone.
What
You
about
got
that Edward Snowden or whatever, that dude that's in Russia right now? That he's not going to come back to the United States because they want to lock him up. They want to kill him, the government, because basically because Bush, was it Bush? I think it was Bush. Because they have like these big uh things that basically through the computers, through computers, cell phones, whatever,
yeah,
internet.
yeah,
They started tracking us and tracking everything. It's just everyday people, not just people that they're worried about crime and all this and that. And so
yeah.
they called it something else. But if you look under Edwards, I think it's Edward Snowden is his name. Like
Hmm.
he's in Russia right now because he had to hurry up because he was working in that kind of environment to where he was a smarty. He was one of those techies, that know the computers and stuff. And so he caught on to what they were doing, and it was like kind of hush hush. They were calling it Operation. I don't know, remember what they were calling it, Operation something. But it's basically
Was he CIA or something like that?
he was working in with the he was working in, I think, Washington D.C., and he just started uncovering little by little like things that just weren't clicking, and he started kind of just looking into it a little bit more, and he found out all kinds of classified information that they're basically watching us, they're listening to us, our conversations,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? And so he started bringing it to light, and he because he's a techie,
but that
he
happened
knew.
after 9/11, though.
Yeah, well, at 9/11, because but see, that's what they're making us think, that they're watching all the terrorists, they're watching everything, but they're actually they were getting information from us citizens, American
Yeah.
citizens, and so he kind of uncovered. If you look, he's in Russia till this day. He will not come back to the United States because they
I
want to
wouldn't. I
take,
wouldn't come
they
back
want a
either.
piece of him. Yeah, they
I
want to
would.
take him and silence
I
him.
stayed my ass in Russia.
He actually came on he came to a college on via web or whatever, and he spoke to a big audience in regards from Russia, speaking about kind of how he broke it down, like how it all happened, how it's what's happening, and all this and that. Like he's not even like he's like off the grid because they're they want him, but Russia gave him exile, so
Yeah.
he's able to stay in Russia, but he's not coming back here. He's been over there for a lot of years now. But yeah, they want a piece of him. They said that they will try him, like basically put him to death probably. And did you know that there's still the firing squad, like dying, like death penalty thing? That there's still a couple states here in the United States till this day that is still legal?
They still got fired. I know they said they had them in Guantanamo Bay, the firing squad down there. I didn't know they still had them in the U.S. Yeah, man.
Everything good? Something happened? What happened?
Nah, I think she went on mute.
No, I'm right here. It went quiet. I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, my
Nah,
bad.
I thought
I
you
had
had your
to
hands
step
full
away
over
real
there.
quick.
Nah, I thought she had her hands full over there.
But
I have four. My 3-year-old is the one that, like I said, I have the two older ones, and then this one, he's got me living on the edge.
no, salute to you. You good. You gotta handle that. Salute to that.
Yeah.
He's a good kid though. He's just,
You gotta be
when
a
he's
mother
here at
to him.
home, and when he's at home, he's wild. But when we go to Walmart, believe it or not, he's got patience like there ain't no tomorrow. Like he's so content. But he was a pandemic baby. You know what I mean? So he was 2 years old, turning 3. So he didn't get to know stranger danger or anything like that. So he gives me a heart attack because he talks to anybody. He'll be like, "Can I go in your car?" And I'm like, "No, no, no," because he doesn't know that because of the pandemic.
Mm-hmm. What was y'all I heard y'all talking about something not too long ago. You was talking about what? With
Oh, she talking about how Snowden is hiding out in Russia.
Edward Snowden.
Edward Snowden.
Who was that?
That's
the one that found out about Bush's little plan of when he was tapping into everybody's information, like the cell phones, like the any kind of internet activity, listening to conversations, and they said that they were labeling it as they were looking for because the terrorists is the 9/11, so they labeled it as if that's what they were doing, but they were actually watching all of us. You know what I mean? Like taking information and basically it's put away on a big, what do you call them? Like a big, the big computer memory. Yeah, the brain
The
thing,
hard
whatever.
drive?
Yeah, the main place where they keep all that information. They have it all stored. And Edward Snowden kind of started uncovering all that, and he fled to Russia because they want to hang him up. We need another plan. Because he made it people's. He felt that we needed to know as Americans what they were doing.
Yeah, a lot of people leaking information from from different sides and different places. A lot of people trying to save themselves too, because a lot of people been knew this kind of stuff, and now that they see that this system is crumbling and can't nothing save them, they trying to save themselves and act like they trying to help the people, but they've been knew this information.
Yeah, they've had their hands dirty the whole time. Yeah.
This is the shit that kills me, right? These mother they will stay in office until they damn near 80 years old. Like, why don't they ever get fresh blood in there?
Because it's a systemic, uh, the systemic shit that they're doing. You know, all the systemic shit. It's all about the country's only been America's only been America not really that long. You know what I mean? With with our freedoms and stuff like that. You know,
Yeah.
it was all whiteified. You know,
But
for
just imagine if the House of Representatives and the Congress and all that was 30, 35
those are
plus.
the progressives. That's the progressives. Because there's Republicans, Democrats, and the progressives. The progressives, and then you have like the green. You know, like the what is it? Libertarian. What do you call them? Liberals.
Liberal,
Liberals.
yeah.
And then you got the progressives. Progressives are like what's her name? AOH or what do they call her? The youngsters. The youngsters that are going there and shaking things up. And they got the one girl that goes and calls out all the
Hey,
banks and stuff like
she
that.
gonna fall. Ocasio, she gonna fall in
Yeah.
line with the rest of them.
Well, then they got
Yeah, they
what?
all do. They all gonna fall in line
She
eventually.
gonna fall in line with the rest of them.
That's what
She,
happens when they get fresh meat. See, they
yeah,
only let a few in so then they can make them the way they want to make them. You
Right,
know,
because if you
or
get
try to scare them out of their office.
yeah. But being that she ain't left for office, she done made some deals with them.
yeah, because you can't be in there without it.
Yep.
You won't survive. Yeah.
You can't move up the ladder without sacrificing something. Or,
That's why I said like the people that actually change
and I don't
history
mean
and
like a person specifically either. I mean just like going against your morals.
Yeah.
yeah, and then like I said, like the people that actually changed history, like that, like Martin Luther King and all that stuff, they stood alone for a long time. You know,
Mhm.
they fought against a lot of rebellion and a lot of people that were trying to stop it. And then people started, following suit, but they stood alone for a long time preaching whatever they're preaching, or spreading the word or whatever they believed in. You know,
Mhm.
so you gotta be willing to stand alone in order to try to start change, because you got to keep on speaking it and keep on calling it out, and people got to be willing to stand behind you to actually make moves,
Yeah.
Yep.
to make
No,
things
that's a
change.
fact. No, that's a fact. And that's actually something that I realized was like just speaking about the topics that I speak about. Like I gotta be comfortable with um which I already was, but you got to be comfortable with a lot of people not being receptive, or more people not than are, because you speaking about something that's against what they trying to keep us programmed to think. You know,
Exactly. Because it's gonna take a lot. It took a long time to get us to where the point that we are. It's gonna take a long time, and a lot of people willing to stand up. It's gonna take a long time to change it, but we need to start making moves now because that's what all the politicians and stuff, the people with money and all those sorry mofos over there, they all know. They know. That's why they're feeling they're getting they're getting scared. They're starting to shake in their boots, and then they're like, oh shit, what are we gonna do now? So we got to be aware. We got to be vigilant about what we do about it.
and that's why they trying to. Oh, and before I say this, we gotta be careful what we say. But I'm gonna call it the shot. But yeah, that's why they're trying to get people to take the shot. Also because that's part of their plan working together. Also,
Yeah.
because if we can still wipe out as many of y'all as we can, maybe
Yeah,
this plan that we trying to put in place is gonna work, even
and then
though it's not.
they try to divert it too with the whole cigarette thing. Have you heard about that? That they're trying to, because they had the deal with the cigarette company way back years ago about that they were going to get rid of the menthol cigarettes because it was more appealing, like it's more appeasing to people, and that African American people smoke menthols and this and this and that. So they're trying to divert our attention and trying to act like they're trying to help us, at the same time, it's like a backhanded compliment. Do you understand what I mean? Like
Mm-hmm.
they're complimenting you, but they're slapping you in the face at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's what they did with Juneteenth too.
Yeah, 'cause that shit came out of nowhere. That shit,
And then I respect the Asian, all this stuff, the Asian community and all that stuff, but that happened quick. Didn't that happen pretty quick? And how long has all this other stuff been, trying to get passed and the violence, you know what I mean? And
I found
the
out like a couple of days at work. Like we had that day off. I was like, what?
yeah, but that Asian hate, like they passed that bill, but they passed something in the Senate for the crimes against Asians. But what
Yeah,
about all the stuff that you've been fighting for the cops shooting, people that aren't armed and all that crap? You know what I mean?
nah, but they mixed them in with people of color when they
I
when
know.
they
I get
created the
that's like included in that bill
yeah
that they passed.
they consider people of color.
No, I know, but does it consider the people of color? That's what I'm just curious. Like, does that bill include just Asians? Like the crimes against Asians? Does
Not
that include
every
everything?
it's no yeah every it's basically
Every
say
minority,
what they say my African American and people of color
minorities. Okay,
minorities and people of
okay.
color.
That's why I
Yeah,
was
it's a
asking.
color bill.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just asking because I didn't know. I was thinking that passed quick. That's why I'm asking because I'll admit if I don't know something and I like and you don't know unless you ask.
And that's the reason, but that's the reason why we can't get nothing too, because like we put ourselves up under that with the black title, up under the color bill.
Mm-hmm.
So they can say we did
So
something for you.
nothing to never be exclusive to us because of what we claim that we are, but we're not that. But if we keep claiming that, then we'll never get anything exclusive to us.
Mm-hmm.
Like you have to do like almost you have to do like what the natives did and claim their stuff back. You know what I mean? And how they I mean they put the
You gotta
casinos and stuff,
claim your
but
nationality.
yeah, they claimed to who they were, and that they were taken that they were basically they stole from them, they took from them, that they that's why they have their own cops. There's people that are on native land that are murderers, and if they're on their land or on their tribal land, that the United States can't do nothing to them and can't try them because they'll go back to their I'm not saying all of I'm just saying that there are criminals that go back to their native land, and because it is their land they're untouchable.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they can be touched a little bit.
Not too much because they protect them. You know what I mean? So if the other side is trying to get them, they'll protect them. The tribal council and all that stuff will protect them. But I'm not saying they're all bad. They're not all bad because I have a friend that's Navajo and I went to his family reunion and that was a great experience. Like, it was just they got people eating shirt what is it, herding sheep and all that stuff, and like I mean it was a cool experience. But um, they don't believe in the solar power. They believe by using the land as their and a lot of all natives, do, but I learned a lot going to that family reunion. So I'm not saying all natives are criminals. Just, I saw there was a story about one. He murdered like 2 or 3 people, and he went back to his land or to his tribe and on the native land, and yeah, he was untouchable. They couldn't get him.
Wow.
Hey, I'm glad you said that. I'm gonna play a video that actually speak about the Native Americans and the Indians and about like how
The,
even
sh-
that could be a misnomer.
the shaman tribes and all that.
No, not the shaman tribes, but just the claiming of being uh
Oh,
Native American
yeah,
or Indian can be a misnomer because like if you're native then you are American.
No.
You
Native
feel me?
American. Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
and like when people claim that or or which is
You're restricted.
it's all programming. Yeah. Yeah, you restricting yourself to steal something that they created.
That makes sense. I see what you're saying.
But yeah, hold on. I'm about to play this video real quick. and then it's gonna tap in a little bit on that. Take this off. Oh, this not the right one, is it? Oh, not.
Know about the SBA too? They got 93% of still the $30 billion that they have that they're supposed to fund people.
They got what?
They still have 93% of the $30 billion. They've only funded 284,000 applications.
So how do you get
Really?
all this PPP money?
That's what I'm saying. They're sitting on that money. I'm actually writing the letter to the SBA right now with all those facts right now because I put an application. So I'm going to give them all the facts and they're going to approve and watch.
All right, let's get it.
Noble Ali's mission is to restore the consciousness, to destroy the mysticism and what is known as mental slavery. He brought back a lot of the ancient lessons from our ancient forefathers, which Europeans also get in their secret societies listed under a pseudonym of Levi, of Europeans, Masons, etc., and it's called the Aquarian Gospel. That's a fan book that they use to get some of the ancient esoteric teachings from ancient Hindustan, i.e., from which the so-called Jews actually get their philosophy from the Brahma of the Mauryan dynasty, Nanda and Gupta dynasties up in Peru. Up in Peru that people call Hindustan, that now they call India. And when you go into their anthropological records, and they will tell you themselves, they are Moors. And this is where they get the term Indian, when they started calling us Indians, when they thought they were going to take over this gold and spice trade, trying to get to Hindustan. And actually, Pedro the Moor took them to the Atlantis Islands, and they saw the culture of the people, and they saw statues with feathers on, with old, big, cut rock statues with feathers on, and they called us Indians on this side because they thought they reached India. But actually, we are what? The same people, but we're Moors. And actually, there is no India. That's Hindustan. And its ancient name is Peru. And the ancient and the Hindustani will tell you when you present the argument in them to them that they know that the Europeans call them Indians too, but they are not Indians, just like we're not Indians. They're Hindustani, and their ancient name is Moors, Mohammedans, i.e. Peru, and that the Moors changed the name about a couple thousand years ago. And that's Peru, etc., etc. And that's where you get the yoga philosophy, hatha yoga and other forms of philosophy that people call today metaphysics, which the ancient ones call actually I, self, law, and master, which is the real science of Islam versus the ritualistic forms that are given to people in these days.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
So yeah. So basically, what he was tapping in on was that before what is called India today was colonized, Hindustani. It was called Hindustan. I'm sorry, Hindustan, and the people there are Hindustani.
Because they use that word a lot too, and like Hindu, and yeah, they do use that word, but they still claim Indian.
Right, right. Shout out King guys. Salute, peace, God.
But then they're
Yeah,
Indian, but
still
then
claim Indian.
In the Caribbean they're called West Indians.
Right. Yep.
So how does that correlate? Let's see.
Well, it's really just labels that have been put on us,
Yeah,
and the label will correlate with sometimes what part of the earth that they at, what part of the globe that they at.
hmm
But all people, all of us, yeah, we come from the same.
yeah,
We come from the same. It's just different parts of the globe, but it's all the same thing. We all the same people.
yeah.
So like, yeah, to add, oh yeah, here go infamous truth. But yeah, so to
Sorry,
add
I
to what
accidentally buzzed myself off.
for sure. To add to what you were saying though, yeah, like even Indians have not been, even so-called Indians have not been told the truth, and their their freedoms or sovereignty is limited as well.
But they sometimes they so racist against Black Americans. So
I actually never experienced any encounters with them, so
but
I wouldn't even
then
know.
over here, like, oh man, they really racist.
You know, that when you claim that if you're Cherokee, a lot of people say that there's Cherokee or whatever here. And if you really honestly go towards, like, if you know Native Americans, like the Navajo, my friend, his name is Lex, and he's Navajo, but he's the one that told me because a lot of white people will say I got Cherokee in me, or whatever, it's a common thing over here. And so the Native Americans won't tell you, but it's like an unspoken thing, but they look at you differently because when the white man went in and basically were sleeping with the Native American women, you know what I mean, and having that's what they look at as Cherokees, as like they're half breeds. So the Native Americans now won't they don't recognize Cherokee Indians.
Mm,
A lot of the Native American tribes over here on this side.
mm.
King God, salute.
What
You
up,
want to
God?
chime in?
No, I just want to give book references, man. Titles and origins are important.
What's the
African and the Native
African
American.
Native
This
American?
this book will show you the evolution of the word Moor, Negroes, color all over the land. You know what I'm saying? They even talk about colored, mulatto, the different languages and how they got to different places around the world. Because I just tapped
You
in on
ever
what y'all was
read
talking about.
you read J.A. Rogers'
Come
Sex
on,
and
man.
Race?
Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on now. Do I got to do this? You mean this book?
Yeah,
I
my
got
motherfucker,
I got everything. I got
my
everything.
sister threw my shits out. I was so
Man,
mad
cut it
at her.
out. For real?
I told her to hold my books that had a nice little
Wow.
library. She threw my shits in the garbage.
Oh, we would have had a
Man,
nice argument if my sister did some shit like that.
oh,
We,
man.
to say the least.
I had mad shit. I had all four volumes of that.
I got them. I
Yeah.
got most of the books I got in PDF. I'm making a strive to get them in physical copies. Like the books I got in physical is nothing compared to how many books I've actually read.
Mm.
But I just tapped in. tapped back in and heard what y'all was talking about and seen what you had on the screen. And we often get a lot of shit confused. You know, a lot of people don't know history. A lot of people don't know etymology, but I appreciate what you're presenting today.
Appreciate it. Good looking out.
That's why I like coming on here too, because I like learning, you know, and this is it's a unique channel, you know.
For sure. That's
Even if
why I'm
it's not
here.
about me personally, but it's good to you know to know your neighbor, you know the next person, you know. It's good to
Absolutely.
know about that. So I just want to just say that. Thank you.
Definitely, definitely. He said J.A. Rogers.
Yeah, that he had. I forgot the other book he had. What was that called?
Education of a Negro.
Nah, that was Carter G. Wilson.
Oh,
Was
that was
that?
Carter G. Wilson.
Was that?
Anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
man.
It was
Oh no,
another
we
one.
heard you. You said it was what?
Yeah, now I'm trying to figure out it was he because that's what he used to focus on, like
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh,
color,
okay.
race,
StreamYard
and
just
things
kicked me
like
all the
that.
way off. My bad. But yeah, I'm gonna go on mute for 2 seconds. I'm about to tap back in, but StreamYard just kicked me out. My bad.
All right, bet.
Yeah,
But you said it was what?
I'm trying to remember the other name of the book he had because he had another one that because his focus was basically race and different form. Like put pictures like showing like yo these people are basically from the same tribe and shit like that. Like you could just look at the facial features and all this and going back to lineage and everything like that. I
Making
forgot.
the argument
Yeah,
and the connection at the same time.
yeah. Because he was talking about one guy, Alexander Dumas. That I think he was a poet. I think he was his. I think his mother was black or something like that. It was something to that extent.
There's a lineage of
Is it 100
Alexander.
amazing facts about the Negro?
I think it's that damn yo. My sister she fucked me up. She really threw all my shits out, man.
You can find a lot about the Dumases. Because
Yeah,
my last name is Dumas. My son's
oh
middle
yeah.
name is Dumas. But
Oh okay.
you can find information. Hold on, let me try to fix my camera. I don't know why StreamYard did me like that. Hold up. But these books, you can find a lot about a lot of people in these books here. World's Great Men of Color 1 and 2.
Yeah, I got
And then here,
yeah.
but in here it breaks down all three lineages of Dumases. And
Yeah.
also y'all said J.A. Rogers, 100 Facts About the Negro. Also a good joint to have.
Didn't he have another one about the presidents?
The 7 presidents.
Yeah, the 7
Yeah,
black
but I
presidents.
didn't buy that. I didn't see no interest in that because that's common knowledge. So
The 5 Negro presidents.
Yeah, something like that.
7 Negro presidents before
The
Obama.
book wasn't that big though. I think it was like a little pamphlet size. It wasn't too big.
Yeah, it's small. You know, this is that type of information you can find anywhere. That information. Yeah, these are good books to get. Once again, those are World's Great Men of Color.
Hey, I'm gonna
J.A.
switch out. I'm
Rogers.
gonna go to my laptop, so I'm gonna come out of here and I'm gonna come back in on my laptop.
Okay.
But there's a book by Robin Walker called "When." Let me just show you. When We Ruled. It's right down this one. Where's my finger at? This one. When We Ruled. It's a bigger book, but it really digs deep into a lot of things. You know, people would definitely be surprised the extent of the black men on the planet and how far it goes back. You know, I seen you just play Taj Tariq Bey. Uh, he was speaking on some things just now. I seen you play. He would say Moors, but I like to just speak in the tongues of my people, so people can comprehend what we're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody know what a Moor is,
Yeah.
Right.
so I use terms loosely because of that. But yeah, man, this is a dope stream. I'm glad I tapped back in. I got a little sidetracked. This book is trash. Don't nobody ever get this book. Let me see. Don't ever get this book.
What's that?
77.
77 amazing facts about the Moor.
This fucking book is trash.
Who wrote that?
Who wrote that?
G.S. Cujo Adwo L. Rami A. Salam L. Shikis T.S. Naji Ula L. Those are
They
the.
supposed to be Moors though, right?
Yeah, but this book is trash. It's so trash.
Yeah.
So trash. A big letdown.
What was it? Information that was all that was
It was the dumb. Like, I'll give you just a. I'll just flip to a page. Okay, so page 68, it talks about the Moors introduced chess. Okay, that's basics. Then it gets into what celebrities are Moors. Like, yo,
What?
I don't care about none of that.
Nah.
that
Like, I thought I was going to get some, something.
Yeah.
Not at all. Not at all.
Talking about fucking
yeah, and that's the
celebrities.
shit. That's the stuff you got to be out on the
Hey, can I
lookout
share? Can
for,
I
because
share my screen with you guys?
everybody not doing the right thing with the
Man.
information.
Yeah, I heard the queen said something.
She say
I just
information.
can I share something with on my screen with you? Like you guys can just check it out if you want. But I think it's very informative too about just like everything we're talking about. It's like one of my favorite little things. But you don't have to watch. It's like an hour and something. But it's like oh yeah, it all makes sense.
Oh, it's like, oh, what is it? It's a video. You talking about a video? Uh,
Oh, no, she went on mute.
It's
infamous.
it's not on YouTube. It's on WeTube.
Oh, it's on YouTube. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, we probably wouldn't be able to do that on here, but what is it called? What is it called? Infamous truth teller.
Yeah, she back on mute.
Hold up. Oh, is this is you? Hold up. Hold up. Is that you?
Where'd she go, man?
No, she
Get
on mute.
out of here.
Infamous truth teller.
Oh,
Is that you?
okay.
Okay. It disappeared now, but I wanted to know was that you first? I didn't know what was that was about to do.
I like that that picture meme. I don't know what you'd call it, where it broke down the time frame of America and black folks being slaves. I thought that was pretty dope too.
Yeah.
You know,
155 years. Because a lot of people kept saying
It's right
400
here.
years, 400 years.
Yeah. Yeah, when I seen this, I was like, damn, that's very simple for people to understand.
man, it's definitely when they figure out America's quote unquote is a corporation. That's even more. That's going to connect a lot of dots for them. America's only so much.
Sorry guys.
Oh, there she go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
That thing is called Global Awakening. It sounds kind of corny, but if you just check it out, because it talks about the Bush lineage, like the Bush, the bloodline, like it goes back
Oh yeah,
all the way,
Obama and
like
all that
to like
too.
Henry. Yeah, like
Uh-huh.
they all got some type of DNA like relation, even with the British family
Mm-hmm.
over there.
Well,
And then because
Oh yeah.
the only one that isn't connected is like McCain. But Winston Churchill, all kinds of people are connected to the Bush lineage. From it goes all the way back to like Henry to whoever back in the day. You gotta watch it though. But it talks about how the Earth is an organism. You know what I mean? And that if we don't take care of it, you know what I mean? It's not gonna take care. We're basically not listening to what's talking to us. You know what I mean? Like we're too caught up in all that stuff.
Yeah,
Not respecting the universe.
Yeah, but it talks about how like the politics with all that stuff. Like not the politics, but it gives you a breakdown about how all that stuff. You guys should just check it out, just just for entertainment purposes. But I mean, it all makes sense. It's very simple, but if when they break it down, they say that you can't be in fear mode, you can't be in growth mode, and you can't evolve at the same time. You can't be in fear, and you can't evolve at the same time. You know what I mean? Because it does something different to your body. You know what I mean? And as we're connected or whatever, and it's somebody who used to actually preach about your DNA makes you who you are or whatever. But then he started studying stem cells, and it's just a brief little thing. But he talks about he put one of the same stem cell, put it in two different petri dishes, and put them in different environments. But it's showing like how it's like a cancer. You know what I mean? It'll to thrive. It will find a way, a host, like how the COVID-19 is kind of almost. It will find a way to mutate and survive. You know what I mean?
Mm.
I mean, it's interesting. I talk so fast because my mind thinks so fast. My mouth can't keep up sometimes. So sometimes it seems a little broken up. But that's why I would recommend maybe just check that out. It's interesting.
No, you did it. No, you did a good job at explaining, or summing up,
I think
Mm-hmm.
I say you
what
know
you
what I
thought it
mean
was
too
about.
much. I
No, for
say
sure, I get what you mean.
you know what I mean. I catch myself now when I hear myself back. I'm like, oh, I need to stop that. It gets old.
The Earth is definitely alive, though. The Earth
Yeah,
is
we're
a
all
cell. You know what I'm saying? I
we're
said
all
this a couple
connected.
of absolutely. I said that a couple years ago. You gotta. I look at Earth like a cell, right? Or an organ. We'll just say organism,
Yeah,
and we're little cancer cells, little parasites on this one little
that's
cell.
exactly
That's
what
not
it
to
is.
say we're bad cancer cells, so to speak. Not to say that at all. But we are little parasites on this thing
Yep.
called Earth, right? So
Yep.
you dig this. We live, we feed off of the earth. The earth is
Mm.
alive, or else the food wouldn't grow, the trees wouldn't be, blah, blah, blah.
Mm.
Right? So we feed off of this motherfucker. Then we die and we become Earth's food. That way
Yep.
it can feed us again. So we're cannibals on top of that.
Yeah.
If you
I
look
remember
at it.
somebody got mad at me because I said we humans are not at the top of the food chain.
Can I
No,
share this with you, and you
I
guys can
will
just
say
see like
we
a
are
little
either.
quick little case of it?
You say what?
Can I share this with you, just like a minute or two, just so I can see what I'm talking about?
Oh, he got to answer that. This is true.
Yeah. I think he wanted to do something real quick.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we on commercial
Oh,
break.
okay. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
But no, I
But
look at it like that, man.
Yeah,
yeah, it's
they got.
called
I
global
said,
awakening.
how you get mad at me? Because I said we not at the cause shit feed off of us.
Apps
Things
all day.
feed off of us all the time.
Right now, it's little microbes eating at us right
Yeah,
now.
microscopic shit eating you all in your body. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, I'll be like, people so fucking ignorant. Like, like, oh man,
That's the best word to use by definition, too.
yeah,
Well, when he comes back or whatever, just like let me know or whatever,
I,
because I'm doing the mama thing too. So,
I say
hey,
that
get
all
off
the
my.
time, man.
yeah,
People are ignorant by definition, not by disrespect.
yeah,
Ignorant just means you don't know no better,
yeah.
you know?
And then they
And
get
we
mad and
definitely
you
are.
call them ignorant, but you still have a
Mm-hmm.
chance to, you know what I'm saying? You still got a chance to change it.
That's all.
You
The people will learn. People will get it. Those who need to get
know?
it and should get it will, and those who don't won't.
Yeah,
I don't even worry about it no more. As long as this household that I got is cool, I'm
yeah,
straight. After that, I could try to help somebody out.
yeah,
But I like that science, if you will. That
yeah,
we're really not too much to brag about as human peoples. just the organisms, you know,
Yeah,
for real.
I
But
would
much
I would
more.
say maybe just because our reasoning is more advanced than a lot of mammals or whatever that's here, but
That's a good.
for
See, now this is
some
a
yeah,
conversation.
for some reason we have to be told what to do because you look in the wild, they not
Everything
just
knows
have
what
they
to do.
yeah, they
I'm
not
telling you, check
having
it,
they yeah,
check
they
that
not
out.
having sex out of season, like they have certain seasons and things for everything.
But they
Hmm.
say too that we like because we when we're afraid we take it out on things that are innocent, like animals. People do animal cruelty. People do
Yeah.
war, all this stuff. So when we're in fear, we fight. You fight or
Mhm.
you flight. You know what I mean? So then you cause war, and if you're causing harm on somebody else, it temporarily feeds your false ego, and it basically, the false ego that's not legit. You know what I mean? That's the one telling you that. That's the one that's like the homie in the back, like instigating a situation between you and somebody else. Like, hey, yeah, they said this and that, but when it comes down to you fighting them, they're way back there. You know what I mean? That's what your false ego is. You know what I mean? It will feed your your materialistic and all that stuff. Feed that craving, or that want. And then you have your subconscious and you have your false ego. The false ego is the one that misrepresents what you truly are. Because of all the stuff that's going on in this world. So you cause to yeah, you can just check it out. I'm telling you, you're gonna. It talks about how the polar opposites of feminine and masculine energy, and you know what I mean. People describe it as either Satan or God, or you know what I mean. It's just because they say us as humans
That shit is
need
funny.
we need we're trying to find a reason or something to you know what I mean, like why we're here. So a lot of people are searching for an answer that we probably don't even need to search for. You know what I mean?
That
We just need
see
to
that
accept
why are
who.
we here? Why are we here? Question came from foreigners. That's what I call them. That's what I
That's what I'm
continue to
saying.
call
Yeah.
them. You know,
And over the hundreds of years,
that shit is wild to
it's been
me.
conditioned. We've been conditioned to accept it. You know.
God,
So I don't know.
just funny. Just funny. Even talking about the ego is funny to me.
Yeah.
They call it the
Cause
false ego. It's not.
listen,
It's
listen,
not.
listen. That shit is still funny to me. The reason that is because people will classify the ego in its own separate little category, which is crazy to me. The ego
Mm.
is a part of self. You can't say it, the ego.
Mm.
You sound not you personally, Queen, but
Yeah.
when people say this, it,
But
hey boy,
your
go in your room,
subconscious,
buddy. I'm
your
on the phone.
subconscious is what really kind of, you know what I mean? Is
See
what
what
it
I'm
is.
saying?
It's what.
Look, you see, see what she just did. She labeled the shit
The
subconscious. That's
ego.
funny.
Okay.
That is
Well,
funny
I'm
to
just,
me.
but it's just a way of
It's habit,
trying to explain it. But it's a way of
right?
trying to
It's
explain
habit.
it though too.
No, the
It's
bet.
not
Look,
saying that
see,
I totally believe
that's crazy, because the best way
to your
to
true self.
title it, is just call it self,
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah,
the
I hear
ego,
what you're
the
saying.
subconscious,
But it's like
that's
it's.
crazy.
I'm just saying because how we're so conditioned
Right,
that
right.
it
I know
breaks.
what you're saying, Queen.
It's just
I'm
breaking
just
it
building with
down.
you. Right, right.
Yeah, 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 yeah. It's just breaking it down why we think this way. Why
Like
we.
like when people say, "I am blah blah blah," I am this, I am that. That
Or
is
you made me
crazy to
angry.
me. That is
Or
crazy.
somebody says
You
you made
are
me
angry.
angry.
See, that's what you got to say.
Yeah.
I
Nobody
when you
makes
say
you.
I am angry, listen to what you're saying. I
Yeah.
am angry.
Yeah.
You are literally anger.
Yeah.
You
Mm.
are love.
Mm.
You are
Yeah,
pain.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
you
yeah,
really are telling yourself,
And feelings.
but you're not
Yeah.
listening to yourself.
yeah,
And
I
your
am happy.
emotions.
I am horny.
Yeah.
I am hungry. Whatever.
yeah,
You are
And they
telling
said your
yourself that you
emotions are
are
just a
that.
vibration. They constantly
yeah.
change.
Okay.
And then what they said, like
Shit is just
is
look. I
like
got
the
a
highest
breakdown on the
vibration
It's
or
it's
something
it's,
like that.
it's their vibrations. They're constantly
The
changing. So your
yeah, the
your your emotions will constantly change. You know what I mean? So you don't
yeah,
have to you don't have to set your mind on I'm solely this or this is the way I'm feeling because your emotions are constantly changing and fluctuating.
yeah.
It's like a vibration, you
Yeah,
know.
because basically, yeah, you saying I am, you owning that. Yeah, you
Exactly.
say,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
This is why I laugh, you know, because
I
when you
never
dig
thought
it, it's
about it
funny.
because we don't think about the words we
I
use
know. Uh-huh.
every day in, day out. Yeah, yeah.
Look what you're
So
telling
without
yourself,
even
all
knowing it,
that.
you embodying it already.
Exactly.
Right,
Exactly.
right,
So
right.
stop. So
That
stop
self-talk.
saying I am something, or
Self.
not stop saying that. Stop categorizing shit like ego or I. Just when you title yourself I, me, he, John. My name is John. Stop doing that. That don't make no sense. I am. I'm not a religious man. Just I am. That's who you are. Who are you? I am.
So if you hungry, you say I feel hungry.
No, you're still going to say I am hungry, but have the
Yeah,
understanding that you are the
The
You
hunger.
difference.
are hungry.
Right.
yeah, yeah. Hunger. Yeah.
You know, you're still going to
Know the
speak how
difference
we
between your
speak and
emotion and who you
understand
are.
and comprehend.
Mhm.
You say what?
Because you speak it to yourself.
Yeah, it's self-talk.
Exactly.
So that's what they call it when you do therapy or whatever, and they say negative self-talk. You know, it's like, it's like if you're telling yourself, like if you catch yourself saying, "Man, you're so stupid," or you listen this and that because you make a senseless decision or whatever the case may be. They call it negative
Yeah,
self-talk. So if you
that's
constantly tell yourself that, you're gonna believe it.
the
They
thing I
just
never like saying. Like if I ain't got no money, I never like saying I'm broke.
no, because that's on so many
I just
levels.
yeah, I just like to say nah, I don't got no paper right now.
That's it. That's it. You know,
'Cause I used to sit there and be like, why damn, you say I'm broke, that means
Like
you broke, like
you
you
are.
fucked up.
physically,
It's bad.
mentally,
Yep.
like you know?
Yep.
So like
Mm,
you're saying too, like how you say I am when people say, "Oh, you made me angry" or "You made me mad." Nobody makes you mad. You make yourself angry or you make
yeah,
yourself
Yep.
feel a certain emotion.
yeah,
That's what
Yeah.
you're saying, right?
Yep.
mhm.
Okay.
But if I get punched in the face, I'm going to be mad. Yeah, of course. But you also decide if you want to retaliate, if you want to stay mad forever.
Exactly.
You have all the choices at your
Oh,
disposal.
now you decide if you're gonna stick around to get
Yep.
punched in the face.
Yeah.
Yep.
I tell my son that. I tell my 7-year-old because he spends a lot of time in the negative part of the energy, like like they're like because he can't find his shoe or he can't find something because he wants me to look for it for him, and I'm trying to make him a little more independent.
Hmm.
Kind of push him out the nest a little bit because he's 7. He needs to learn how to do certain things on his own and feel
Right.
confident with himself. And so I tell him because he'll spend 20 minutes. Oh, I don't have my shoes. I mean, he will go for the 20, 30 minutes like complaining, and then I'll go out in the room and I'll see it. I'll see it with my eyes, just see it. And I go, I
Yeah.
see it right now. I'm not going to tell you where it is. You're going to have to find it. I said, but I saw it, and you just spent 30 minutes wasting your energy when you could have been, it took you 2 minutes to
You could have
find it.
had your shoes on.
Yeah, and you could have been in a good mood for 30 minutes. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
You could
I
have been
do that with my
in a
daughters,
good place.
man. I
So
let
you
them
spent
feel
30
that
minutes, you
shit.
could have been in a good energy. You know what I mean? Being in a good mood and being happy. But you spent in a negative attitude, being all huffy puffy about something that was only took you 2 minutes to find.
Yeah.
Don't make no sense.
They don't. They don't know no better though.
Yep,
Not
that's why
little
them
kids.
That's
lessons
why I
is
try to
needed.
teach them. But that's why
Yeah, I
we have
know.
to teach them. That's our
You gotta
responsibility.
teach them to do it
Yeah.
while you mad, or even
I
if you
teach them when
mad,
they're
you
young
still
because they
get it
understand it.
or attempt to get it done while you mad, and you gonna calm down after
So
that.
he can look at
And
it in a
also
different
to
light.
channel that energy and
Yeah, man.
breathing exercises. I'm learning is very helpful
The
for
Wim
them.
Hof. Look into the Wim Hof.
The
They tell
Wim
me when
Hof.
they tell me
W
to breathe,
I
they tell me I
M
stop
H
breathing.
O F F. WIMHOFF. Wim Hof.
Wim
Yep, it's a breathing technique. Good for
Hof.
meditation. It'll like I don't know how deep y'all get into like metaphysics and spirituality, etc., etc. But I take shrooms. I eat psychedelic shrooms, right? And I've spoken on this on my channel a couple times.
Yeah.
But when I first got into it, uh, breathing, if you want to go deep, breathing is a big important thing, like the guy just said. And the Wim Hof stimulates it stimulates that within you. Uh, if you hold your breath too long, you might get lightheaded or something. Stuff like that. So if you can practice the Wim Hof, you'll get to that lightheadedness, but then you'll pass that and you'll get into these realms that you only think you can go through in psychedelic world, which is untrue. So check into the Wim Hof when you're in meditation, and you can
I
definitely
remember.
soul travel. I don't call it astral projection. That's a cool little name,
I remember
but
when I
you
first
know,
time I took shrooms the first couple times. All I could do was laugh. All I could do.
it
All I could
depends
do
on
was
how much
laugh.
you took and the strain
I
you
only took
had.
a little bit because I didn't know. You know what I mean? I didn't know. I'm
See, I
real like
grow them.
cautious about. But like I all I could do was be up against the wall and just laugh. I was just laughing my ass off, no matter what anybody said. I was just
Man, I
laughing
done
at them.
had some trips, man. I done had some wild shit happen to me,
Mm.
for real. And you know, even with the psychedelic, and this all ties in, even with the psychedelics, people will say that's white people shit. I've had it said to me, so that's why I stand on that. Look at
Yeah,
that. Anyway, but
Uh,
you'd be surprised that this goes
and it
back
depends
to
on who you.
ancient cultures where even
mhm.
today there are cultures like in some parts of like Mexico or somewhere. Don't hold me on that exact spot, but the culture is even the children take them at a young age, get used to them, get get comfortable with them, and you'll have young shaman that grow up to be the elders in the community.
That's what I heard, man. That's what I
Uh,
Yeah.
heard. That's why I was. That's why I brought that up the other day when we were talking about it.
uh-huh.
That's what I
What
heard.
about that
So
hibiscus
you
or
know,
what is it called? That
I
hibiscus.
definitely took advantage.
That's what
I
they said.
farm
The
them, like I
studies
said,
say.
I grow them. I got videos on it, all that good stuff, for
Mm.
real.
And it
Yeah, I'm.
depends on your
They call
surroundings
the
too, what
shaman
environment
of
you're in, right?
witch doctors. We call them all type of names,
Yeah.
you know.
You have to watch your surroundings too
But
because
this
you got to
ties
be
into
around the
just
right
the
energy,
culture,
right?
the origins of things. That's why I brought it up. Yeah.
Like, cause it's presented to us as total opposite.
Uh-huh. They don't want you to soul travel. They don't want that. Because then you get tapped back into yourself. If you've never took a psychedelic trip, it sounds good when I say you find yourself and you see yourself. But you really get to see self in the rawest form, and that form is nothingness. Everythingness there. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
And I've to the void and had to sit as
Your phone breaking
you
up.
oh my bad. You
Breaking
really
up,
start to
King. Huh?
okay. Give me 2 seconds, God.
Yep. Yeah.
Hey, can I share that screen just a couple like a minute or so you can see what I was talking about on that thing? And that was me. I just couldn't snap back and comment when I was sharing that
Okay.
screen. Is that okay?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, just give me a second and I'll do it.
All right.
My bad. Am I clear?
Yep. You good?
Okay. Yeah. All I was saying was, the true self is I've been true self, and you're nothing and everything at the same time, and that sounds good because we've heard things like that, but it's not until you actually become it that it really takes a hold of you, and you realize you're the blade of grass, you're every leaf, you're the tree branch, you're the dog barking in the yard, you're the person walking down the street, you're the car. When you really get to experience every aspect, it does something to you. You know what I'm talking about? Now I
Mm.
understand when I say I am king. That don't mean shit. I'm the
Okay,
words that I'm
I'm
speaking. Like it's that
I got
real.
it if you want me to share it real quick.
Oh, what do you?
Is that okay?
Uh,
The screen just to show you like what
Okay.
I was talking about that global awakening just real quick. Is that okay?
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I see it back here. I'm gonna share it for you after King God's finished.
oh no, that's all I wanted to say. We getting into even when we go back to the origins of people, and we know the further back you go, the blacker it gets. Using these terms loosely, that's mediocre. You know what I'm saying? You're a universal, infinite being, and that doesn't even cut it enough credit.
Yeah.
You see what I'm
Man,
saying? The ancients knew better. They broke it down in what we call hieroglyphs, what I call symbolism, and I'm big on symbols. This is what I do, and they speak on it. They say, you know, we're souls that we'll use Bible references type things. You know, we're the spirits that fell into the human form. This is Lucifer's fall, Adam's fall, etc., etc. Right? That's really that's a poetic way of trying to tell a trip. If you know who Tahuti is or Thoth, they have the halls of Amenti. These type of things, that's a psychedelic trip in itself. You know, we are spirit in the aspect that we are light, but we are darkness, right? And it's the lower the frequency, the heavier the density, we become physical. It's not necessarily a fall because they make it seem like, you know, being a spirit is better than being physical man and that this is hell and all this stupid shit. When no matter what form you're in, no matter what time or out of time you're in, that's crazy to say because I've been there. You're always an infinite divine being. You're always an infinite being. But we'll say, oh, black genetics are superior to white genetics, or black people are superior to white people are oppressors, and we'll do all the stupid shit a human's supposed to do while he's on here, and that's experience all type of shit. But all that does is go into the nothingness, which is no thing, right? It sounds good, but to be it is different. And we have to realize that we're not John Does. We're not angels that fell to earth and this crazy dumb shit. We're not none of that. That is a part of our story that we chose to make up. And when I say we, I'm talking about before you, whoever's listening, came into your physical form. You chose what role you was going to play. You chose what perspectives you were going to have. You chose every single play that happens in your reality because you wanted to. Not because you had to, but because you wanted to. It's like playing a slot game and you could pick any character. That's what happened. You said, okay, I want to be a dog for 100 years. Cool, I'm Anubis. I want to be a bird. Okay, I'm Tahuti. You feel what I'm talking about? Shit like that.
Right, so that's why people are naturally inclined to certain things.
Yep.
It's that we all given.
You chose this, man.
But then again, they said, I forgot who said it. They said that we were thoughts.
Absolutely.
But we were thoughts of our parents.
I've heard some similar things, man.
Yeah.
I am my mom. I am my
like
dad.
I'm my father's I'm my father's father in I don't know if it's the future before the next or the next one or the after. It's something like that. Is that what you're referring to?
No, it's I forgot who it was. An old timer who was saying that. He was like, everything is a thought. Basically what he was saying, that everything around us is thoughts. Somebody thought of this, somebody thought of that. We were thought.
Absolutely. All is mind. Mind is all. You know.
Yeah.
Thought is in a, and I'm talking real science now. Not thought is a physical substance. Keep that right. So everything you're thinking, the response to each one of us having this conversation, we're thinking of our next response. That's a physical substance going out into this world. So as far as I am my mom, I am my dad. I got a little piece of them. When they die, they live on literally as me, not through me. Listen, not through me, but as me. So me and my lady, we done had a couple kids. We're going to live different realities. We're going to live in different worlds.
Yeah, it's crazy. I just picked up. How many you got? Well, you got 2 daughters.
I got 3 girls. Well, I got 4 girls and 2 boys.
Girls. That's 4 different realities right there. That's
exactly.
That's crazy.
That's why when you see your kids or your mom will see you and she'll say, you just reminded me of your dad, or you just
Yeah.
reminded me of your mom. Not
Yeah.
because I look like this motherfucker, not because I act like, no, I am this motherfucker.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Exactly.
You know?
I
That's
transferred a piece of you, a
Come on.
piece of me.
Come on. You can't die.
mm-hmm.
You will never
Kid.
die.
You
This is
can't.
why you ever have a memory that doesn't seem like it fits in this reality that you lived in.
Yep.
Yep.
Like, damn, I just was in the 60s for some reason. Or
Mm-hmm.
the
Yep.
or why do you think that is now? Come on. That's because your forefathers and mothers are living as you, not through you. Not through you. That wouldn't make sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we really got to look at how deep we are. Thought is sound, frequency, vibration. That's the original trinity. That's the father, the mother, and the child.
Holy Trinity.
Sound, frequency, and vibration. Why is that important? Because
Mm-hmm.
that deals with densities as spirits to human or physical, the fall, if you will. It's
Yeah.
only sound, frequency, vibration. It goes from thought, which is in the mind, which is heaven,
Mm-hmm.
and it comes out into this physical reality, which is physical reality. This is the fall. It's deep, man. Straight up.
Yeah. Some food. Some
I
food
smoke
right
a lot
here.
of ganja. I take my shrooms every once in a while, and I just sit back and I just experience self, man.
That is some real food right here.
For
Real
real.
food.
Okay. Hey, real quick, I'm gonna let infamous truth teller.
Yep, yep.
I'm gonna let her her screen real quick. You ready?
Okay. Yeah, it'll just be for like a minute or so. Just tell me when you get. I'm not gonna play the whole thing. Thank you.
Okay. No, you welcome. Go ahead.
Yep, ready whenever you are.
You press play. Okay. I think it fell out. Infamous truth teller.
I'm glad she
But
started
yeah,
with Cymatica, though. I'm glad she was gonna start there because that's a whole conversation within itself, man.
what is that? I'm not.
Cymatics, to summarize before she press play and get it together, it's the effects of vibrations, really vibrations on liquid. And I'll say liquid because you can use water, blood, liquid, just liquid, man. And once you tune into certain frequencies with the vibrations that you're sending through the water, like you could put a bowl of water on top of a speaker. That's what I'm saying. And different frequencies will give you different shapes of reality. There's five uh shapes of reality, and this is a literal thing now. Let me see where I can show you it at. Give me 2 seconds, and I mean just two.
I got it.
Okay.
I
And
think
when
you
she
got
shows you how this goes down, you'll see the shapes, the hexagons and things like that. And we can get into that after she plays this video because it's deeper than what a lot of people think about. But go ahead, Queen. I'm gonna leave it up to you. My bad.
it. Okay. Hold on. Let's see. There we go.
Body is made up of
That's what
water.
it's going. That's why it's gonna get deep after she. Trust. I'm gonna just hold my tongue on it.
Science again against us. It's ready.
Where is it thing? I know I'm trying to.
Ready, infamous truth teller.
Oh my God! What am I screen? Ah! God damn it! Hold on. What is going on over here? Hold on. One second. God damn
It's
it!
It's playing,
The
Queen. I
Earth's
I
don't know
know
if
it's
it's
mass
playing
sound
and I
was
coming,
can't take it off
but
mute. You
4.6
can.
billion years
okay,
ago.
got you, got you. But
Within the
yeah, it's
first
playing.
150
Can you hear
million
it?
years,
Yeah,
it
turn it up though.
began releasing
Okay.
gases from the lithosphere, which created the earliest forms of the Earth's atmosphere.
I can't get to my screen real quick.
Prior to the creation of this atmosphere, the sun's ultraviolet radiation made for uninhabitable conditions. But as the Earth cooled further, water condensed in the atmosphere, and oxygen accumulated, making way for organic compounds. This spawned
Can you hear it?
single-celled organisms, and then plant life. And
Yeah,
down through time,
everything's
the
good.
Yeah, I can
evolutionary
hear it.
chain continued. And then we arrive at a species that does not seem to fit as well as the rest. Homo sapiens' gestation period of 9 months
You
mimics
want
the
to make the screen
3.8
bigger?
billion year evolution of all life on Earth. The human embryo repeats the evolution of all species. When the
Good.
sperm and egg unite,
Yep.
this new creation is a single-celled organism. Within hours, this single cell divides and multiplies more rapidly than any other species. 4 weeks later, the embryo begins to develop gills mimicking aquatic life. A few weeks later, it develops lungs and a tail with reptilian appearance. From there, a mammal is recognizable, and then onto a primate form. Its laguna, which is the embryonic fur, and at last, shows the characteristics of a human child. The human body is a community of approximately 50 trillion cells. Everything the body does, the cell does as well. Cells have respiratory and excretory systems. They feed, feel, think, and communicate with other cells. Trillions of cells make up a single organism called the human body, and billions of make up the organism we call Earth. The Earth has more similarities with the human anatomy than you may think. Earth has its own electromagnetic generation, just like the human body. Research has found that a direct current of electricity flows through perineural cells found around every nerve in the body. These pathways are called energy meridians and have been used in the practice of acupuncture for at least 2,000 years. Dating even farther back is the notion of dragon paths or ley lines in which many megalithic structures and stone monuments were erected, marking the energy meridians of the Earth. These energy meridians are generated by the resonant frequencies of the Earth, called the Schumann waves. Each planetary body has its own resonant frequencies, and is determined by the circumference and diameter, as well as the speed of orbit and rotation. The Earth's resonant frequency starts at 7.83 Hz and ends with the 7th harmonic at 43.2 Hz, correlating with the 7 chakras. Ultimately, the greatest discovery of our Earth is its consciousness. A visible attribute of consciousness is an energetic field that governs the shaping of organisms. Morphogenesis is a scientific term to explain this very shaping of tissues, organs, and entire organisms. Consciousness is the creative force of the entire universe. It has been given many names such as God, Yahweh, Krishna, nature, the field, and divinity. The entire universe is in fact a single living, conscious organism with complete awareness of itself. The reason why it may seem difficult to comprehend this is because our understanding is typically limited by our language. When we hear the term conscious organism, we tend to anthropomorphize its definition. By giving it human qualities, we mistakenly look past what an organism truly is in the first place. The definition of an organism is any living thing capable of response to stimuli, reproduction, growth and development, and maintenance of homeostasis as a stable whole. Our universe does all of these things. The consciousness of our universe is responsible for the form and purpose that all matter assumes. The Earth's resonant frequencies are a result of its form. These frequencies are responsible for biological rhythms, such as menstrual and circadian cycles, as well as behavioral and emotional patterns. Frequencies are then picked up by and fun, which are biological instruments that respond to the wave patterns. The wave patterns resonate in the cranial structure of our head,
and converge in the center of our brain, which is where we find the pineal gland. The pineal gland is believed in many cultures to be the spiritual third eye responsible for intuition. Descartes called it the seat of the soul where mind and body meet. Each individual cell in our body receives an electromagnetic impulse from our central nervous system. They receive the very same impulse that was disseminated to every biological instrument from the earth. An explanation of our conscious universe has been attempted by religion, science, and philosophy. The neglect of biological nature from any organism causes illness. A divorce from nature, exile from Eden, confounding of tongues, they are all symptoms, not of a biblical God or deity, but the true self. The greatest and only threat to ourselves is a loss of self, the death of our divinity. As we barrel through history with oceans of information, yet barely a drop of wisdom, we have to understand how we lost ourself.
So whenever you want me to stop it, I can stop it.
The
It's an
sacred texts and
hour
ancient
long.
scriptures left by our ancestors. We find an incredible link between stories of
Okay,
creation,
you can
the
go ahead and
flood,
stop it.
the war of the gods, the Messiah dying for the sins of man, end-time prophecies, and similar characters. These correlations show up in myths from cultures that supposedly had no contact with one
Yeah.
another due to
Did I
distance
stop
in
it? Hold on.
geography
I'm
and
stopping
time.
it. There we go. Sorry, I had a couple screens open.
Yeah, they yeah, that was some powerful stuff. And just real quick, before we tap in on that, yeah, they had said something that I was talking about maybe like a few months back on one of these conversations on here, but they had mentioned how things are anthropomorphic. Um, and I was telling I think I might have been on a platform with you, Black Rock, maybe. But we was talking about the Bible, and I was saying that it's written anthropomorphic and allegoric, and like the life that we've been taught to give to it is not what it is, because we take it as if they're speaking about actual humans,
We thinking
and
the
they not.
literal.
Mm.
Right.
Yeah,
I think I remember. I think you. Yeah, I think we was talking about that one. I don't know if it was on stats. May have been on stats. So.
yeah, it was on something, but yeah, like yeah, we've been towed up. We've
Yeah,
been
so if you
fooled.
guys want to just check it out whenever you guys have your own time, you know what I mean? It's pretty informative.
Man, infamous truth teller, you sound like this girl named Jessica that be on my platform sometime. That's crazy. I keep hearing that's why. Is your name Jessica?
No, my name is Audrey.
That's crazy.
Hmm.
I've been wanting to say something, but I'm like, no, maybe she just changed her name up or something.
No, my name's Audrey.
I dig it. But yeah, that was a dope one. I'm probably look into it to be
It's
honest.
it's an
Just
hour
it'll
long. It's
help
an
me.
hour long, but it's called Global
Oh, that
Awakening,
ain't much.
and it has and the main screen is of the Earth. Because there's a
Right.
couple things that say Global Awakening. So just look for the one with the Earth. It's like an hour and something minutes long.
I dig it. I dig it.
Global awakening.
Yeah.
I like how
Okay.
they started with the seed meeting the egg because
Yeah,
when
that's
it
what it breaks it all
right
down to.
right when it comes to symbology, they got something called the Big Bang theory.
Yeah.
This is when the egg and the sperm meet.
Mm-hmm.
This is when universes are created. So I'm glad they started off like that, and I figured they would if that was their message. And I seen the theme that was going down. When the sperm meets the egg, there's a flash of light. This is your Big Bang, and out of chaos comes life. This is sex.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is dealing with sex. The balance. You
Mm-hmm.
put Kundalini in the chat. If you break down Kundalini, the word, you have Kund and Lini. That is Kunt, cunt, or womb, vagina, and Lini, lingam, line, penis. The masculine and the feminine principles have to
Yeah.
come together. This is your Big Bang. Now, it
Oh,
also talked about
Literally the
right,
Big
literally, exactly.
Bang.
I got this for days. This is what I do.
talk to him.
When you get the old face there.
Uh,
Display.
and then they spoke on the Earth's atmosphere.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. That is funny because when you realize a sphere is a circle, right? We're just going to simplify it. A sphere is a circle. It's a ball, but it's a circle, right?
Yeah.
Right.
The circle represents a womb every time. Anytime you see a circle, you're looking at a vagina. Every time you see a door, you're looking at a vagina. Okay? So
Mm.
peep this game. Peep this game. Earlier,
Mm.
you spoke on
Is that why
something.
they say men have sex on the brain?
Always.
When they,
Listen, you don't want me to let me stay on track. Hold up. Hold up. But you spoke on Om, the creating
Yeah.
humming. Okay.
Yeah.
Salute
All
Chris
right.
ENT.
Peep this
Go
game
ahead.
though. Peep this game though. When you do Om,
And Soapbox Jones. Go ahead. Go ahead.
when you do Om, right? What's the first letter? O.
Oh.
This is a creating principle. Okay. That's
Mm.
why Om is so important. You can go into symbolism of the ancients. You'll see this, but check this out. The M, the letter M, O-M, means or represents heavenly waters. Okay? So now when you're saying
yeah.
really pay attention to the letters, watery womb, the watery vagina that all life is created from. That's why is a creating sound.
Mm.
Also, when you say what shape is your mouth in? Go ahead, try it.
Go ahead, try it.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
That's
Exactly.
why they call it the O
A
Exactly.
circle.
Speak it into existence. Peep game.
Yeah.
Peep game though. It's a lot of game on this. Back to
Yeah.
back to the atom sphere. You hear what I just said?
Atmosphere.
This is where
Mm.
you get atmosphere,
Yeah.
atmosphere,
Atmosphere.
It talks about
Atmosphere.
the breakdown of the words too, because they broke down so much of our history from our true history that when they translated all the stuff that was in Sanskrit and all that stuff, they translated in English. It's all broken down and it's
It's
perverted
much
language. It's
easier.
not language
It's
that we're supposed to know.
English
Like
is literally gibberish, and I mean literally.
yeah, yeah,
Literally, if you had to categorize Latin for Latin, Mexican, Spanish, blah blah blah,
yeah, yeah,
English is literally gibberish. But check game
yeah.
on atmosphere. The reason that's so important is
Yeah,
atom, or atom comes from
yeah.
what? Queen, I hear you saying yup a lot. Where does atom
Because
come from?
atom is the atoms to atoms, the chemistry, isn't it?
Okay, that's cool. But Adam from the Bible, where does he come from?
Well they say he comes from God, but you know that
No. Let me make it easier.
where
Where
does
do
he?
you come from? Where did you come from? Not
I
not
came
landmass, but like literally, where did you come from?
from my
The
daddy
womb of a
From
woman.
your mama, Adam's sphere.
and
Mm.
my daddy. Yeah, so we
No,
got
no,
them
no, no,
both.
no, no,
But
no, no. You came from your mama,
I
out your
came from my
mama,
mama. Yeah, yeah.
Adam's sphere. This is why that's so important. Adam
Mm.
came from the sphere, the
Mm.
Oh,
atmosphere.
okay, gotcha.
You just said the language is corrupted. So now I'm breaking down why these things are even the way they are. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
they call it word magic or something. They call it on this one.
I dig it.
Yeah,
You see, we could do
yeah.
this all day, man. Straight up.
Yeah, watch that thing. It'll tell you everything you're
Crack
talking about
these
is everything
codes
they're
to
talking
these
about.
spells.
I love the little clip she put because they even show the electricity going through the body, right?
Right.
Now
Right.
that's
And the
important
and the
because that's Lucifer's
rhythmic sounds.
fall. That's Lucifer's fall in the physical. What is the
Yeah.
first letter of Lucifer? L, as in
Uh
electron,
huh.
that
Yep.
falls from heaven of the mind, like I said earlier,
Yeah.
down through the body to the root, which is the
Mm.
spine or the feet that is into the ground. That's why the king wears a crown.
Yep.
Anybody with a lead foot, which is physical body, anybody with a lead foot cannot be fit to lead, as in lead, and they are not fit to be king.
Yep.
This is your
Mm.
fall, this is your ascension. Because once electrons fall down your spine to the root chakra, they must ascend back up to send the message back to the brain. This is your fall and your rise.
Mm.
And when they break everything
Don't
down,
play
when they
no
were
games with
translating
this
all the
shit.
stuff, the Sanskrit and all the of the dialect from our ancestors and everything, all the dialect, when they break it down to English, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't have no meaning. It has no what is it? Rhythmic the sound, the frequencies. It doesn't.
Can't.
Nothing matches up. Yeah, it doesn't. It's not
Everything
in
you
sync with
could
the
break.
words. Yeah.
You can literally break down the. I use literally a lot because I mean it. You can break down every religion as you can break the easiest way to
Yeah.
break down
It's the
religious
masculine and feminine
stories.
energies.
The easiest way to break down any religious text is to look at the physical man, and you will know exactly what they're talking about, word by
That,
word, phrase by phrase.
and then it tells you too that just like whatever anybody else has believed in around the world, why do they believe in almost similar things, but they just call it different things? You know what I mean? They like they said, like some people believe that it was the devil and God, and then some people believe like the glistening one was jealous. Like the devil was jealous, like the fallen
Such
angels.
goofy shit. Such
Mm-mm.
goofy shit.
No, but I get, don't quote me, I have ADHD, so
No,
I
not
can't,
you.
I'm
No,
not
I'm talking
speaking the
about
right word.
anybody who literally believes these religious
No,
texts
but
as
they could,
word
yeah,
for word is crazy.
yeah.
It's
They
crazy.
said, but they say if you actually look at it, if you look at when you see this video, it tells you everybody believes in the similar masculine, feminine energies.
You
You
got
know what I
to.
mean?
You have to.
Yeah.
You
But
should.
everybody's just trying to define it in their own word, in their own
I got
words,
what
I guess
about
you could
12
say.
symbolism videos I did for my channel. And I
Mhm.
break all this shit down multiple different ways, man.
On your channel.
What's the name of your channel?
Hey, yeah,
King
go
God.
tap in. I'm gonna drop the link. Go tap into
Appreciate you,
King
God.
God's channel.
Appreciate you, God. Thank you.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
well,
But
man, it sounds good. It feels good to hear somebody else, because I tried to show people this video and they're just like, they're not having it. They're not having it. Show them
send them over to me, and I'll put it in a way where they'll think it's interesting.
yeah,
It'll
because
tap
it's
in.
boring. It seems boring in the beginning, but when you get
That's
down to
with
when
a
it
lot
starts
of
getting
people.
down to
Yeah,
all this stuff, yeah.
you know,
But this thing is so interesting. It's so interesting.
like you
So,
could break these when you realize the Kundalini. You could look at a caduceus and see the masculine and feminine, but most people don't even break down what they're saying. It's called Kundalini, like you put in the chat. I just broke that down. You can look at the
yeah.
word caduceus and look, it's right in front of you if you break the word down. It
And they
tells
talk
you
about
exactly what it is.
musicians and stuff like that from like way back when. Like they didn't have to they didn't pay taxes because they're their own entity. Like the musicians and oh, I can't remember, but it says that something about that too. Like
I'm glad you
they were
brought
their
that
own.
up.
Yeah, they were different entity to everybody else. They didn't have to. They refused to, basically. They refused to go in line with everybody else.
Well, I'm glad you brought up musicians because the first thing I seen on that video you showed was the word cymatics. And
Yeah.
cymatics are very important with the conversation of musicians because it deals with vibrations.
Yep.
Lucifer was supposedly a god or a deity that represented music.
Yeah.
That is very important to understand. You, and the reason is because of things such as cymatics. Anger is its own vibration.
Yeah.
It manipulates your cell structure. Happiness is a physical vibration. It
Yeah.
manipulates your cell structure. So when you have Lucifer, hey buddy, oh muscles. Hold on, y'all. Let me be daddy real quick.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah,
So I'm glad I was
that
able to share that, and I'm glad you guys were receptive to it. Thank you.
yeah, that would that seemed like with that going hand in hand with the liquids, like King Oz was saying, the
Mm-hmm.
frequencies in the liquids, and um
Yeah. This
they
breaks it down
doing
from
the
the jump.
exact
Yeah.
frequencies to use, and the science behind it is what's playing the part in the
And
music
everything that's happening. Yeah.
controlling us and making people react a certain way or feel a certain way or act out a certain way.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Mm. Well, maybe that's why as I listen to a lot of old school like soul music and shit like that.
And rhythm is rhyme. And if you think about when you teach your kids, I teach my kids, and the way I say it in my own, like, for them to for people to understand is I teach my kids like through rhythm and rhyme. Everything that I've taught them, like, I've made like a little song about it, or a little, you know what I mean? Even, just learning words and stuff like that. And we just have like a little rhythm with it, and they learn so quick. My 3-year-old is smarter than me, I think, half the time. But everything that I teach him is through a rhythm and rhyme type of way of teaching him, because it sticks. It sticks, and he remembers. You know.
Yeah.
My bad, I'm back here. What we talking? What we
I
No,
was saying it's
talking?
the rhythm and rhyme that I teach my kids through rhythm and rhyme too. Like,
Oh,
and it
that's one of
sticks,
the
and it
easiest
sticks.
ways. Yep.
Yeah, it sticks. That's when they remember.
We can't help that. We are literally I'm gonna stop saying that shit. But
That's why they say
we are
music is a
vibrational
universal
beings.
language.
It has to be. We are vibrational beings. We speak in
Mhm.
tones. We
Mhm.
feel in tones. Hey, buddy, you
Yep.
gotta get out while I talk on the phone. Go
Music is
ahead.
a universal language. So, like, no matter where you're at, no matter what language it's spoken in, you could still feel that energy.
mm, that's why certain music make you feel a certain way. Like it puts you in a zone.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, them cymatics, that was dope. Just you can Google cymatics and pick up a video. They'll show you. Let me show you that. Matter of fact, there are five shapes. They're called the platonic solids, and these are the shapes of the universe. Let me turn my camera on. Give me 2 seconds, guys.
Yep.
All right, let me see if this works.
Oh, there it is. I couldn't find
Oh,
my
my
screen.
camera. What's up? There we go. Let me flip it. How y'all doing? I'm King Guys. Nice to meet you. Hell of a guy. Oh, my camera ain't working on the back. Oh, that's wild. But yeah, just you could Google it then, I guess. The five. There we go. Those are the five platonic solids. These are the shapes of creation. Now, when you get into cymatics, you'll see things like highlighted. So give me 2 seconds. Damn, where is it? Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna find these shapes for you. But anyway, depending on the frequency and the vibration that you're resonating at on a personal level, will give you the results of what your cell structure is looking like. So you'll see things like this in cymatics. You'll see the water take on this shape on the surface. This is just one shape. You see what I'm saying? There's so
Yeah.
many different shapes, though. Like you'll see this,
Mm.
and this deals with the vibrations of water, which deals with the vibration you set yourself at. So you can build or destroy yourself depending on your mood, your thought. That's why
Mm.
thought is creation. Thought from Egypt or Africa, let me say, because Egypt is Greek, but even Africa, shit. But anyway, this is why it was so important that they would show pictures of water next to a staff. This could represent the spine. This could represent the penis. Man, I got a lot of background. I don't want you to get no copyright. Hold up.
All the symbolism be right in our face.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere. Everywhere. Our names are symbols. Each letter is a symbol. Now you put the word mom. No. We'll make it even doper. I'll even show you as I do it in front of you. All right, let's see. Can y'all see my screen?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. I got a lot of notes. Give me a second. Okay. I'm gonna show you how symbolism really works for real. Now we know, well, I just said, I don't know if you know, I don't want to, any door represents a womb, right? like a coffin, even a coffin, any door, period, circles, whatever. Okay, so we take the word door.
And door.
Real easy. Check this out. I'm gonna break this down. Each letter is its own symbol. We see two wombs right here, right? Cool.
Mm-hmm.
So when we look at a D, we are looking at a mound. Okay? This represents the womb or the pregnant woman, her belly. And you can go fact check me. That's cool. I would hope so. Now we look at the two O's. We have O. O in itself represents womb, but the numerical value to infinity, pretty much, is 8, or what we call the lemniscape. Infinity symbol is an 8. That's the numerical value. This represents the O, the 8, the infinite symbol, represents waters, right? Which is the infinite waters or the primordial waters. R represents Ra or Ka, which is the soul. This is free game. Like, this is shit I sell my books for, which is the soul, which is the house of light. The numerical value of light is 7. Numerical value of darkness is 8. The primordial darkness is infinite. So even in the word door, we see it that it deals with the watery womb that carries the light of man. Peep this game. We have two O's though. These two O's is the Vesica Pisces. So we have an 8 here, an 8 here, 8 plus 8, 16, 6 plus 1 gives us the 7. Now, within the Vesica Pisces, here's your fish of religion. See your fish? Now, the fish represents the womb. Your door. Ve, si, ka. Look at this. This is beautiful. The V represents the virgin, Virgo, womb. We'll just say the virgin womb. The C is the sea, the waters. Ka, of course, is the light. So the Vesica Pisces, the Vesica Pisces is the virgin womb, virgin watery womb that carries the light of man. Just in the word door. Every letter is a symbol. Every letter has a tone. Every tone has a frequency. So when spoke out loud to somebody, depending on your vibration and your tone, you're either building or destroying. But the point is to realize we speak symbolism. We don't just write it. We speak it. That's just door. I could keep breaking down Vesica Pisces, like Pi, Isis, the infinite mother. Like, I could do this all day.
Doesn't that Israel too have some symbolism too?
Oh, that's
right?
that's so old though. Let's do it. Let's do it. Hold on. My pen was fucking up. That's why I stopped in the first place. But we do Israel. I can't let y'all see all my weed and shit. Hold up. Is Ra El. Is as in Isis. Ra as in the sun. El is in the sun as well. This is your electron, electron, that deals with your new mother neutron within the heavens of the mind. Electron, L, and nu. Man, come on. Electrons and neutrons, that pretty much the holy union of father and mother, L and nu, dark light. Man, I just want to keep going, but nah, I ain't doing all that. I can't do all that.
Man.
So imagine that. Our ancestors knew it. They didn't have to spell it. They showed it in picture. You know? When you look at the serpent, you're looking at the penis, the fire. You're looking at a sound wave. You know, this is why our pharaohs wore the snake and the ostrich feather on their headdresses. The snake represents the intelligent light, the wisdom. It wasn't until later that Set became a demon. The snake represents light, the phallus, the light bringer. That's why it's on our head, which is the pineal, but our pineal sits in heaven, which is in the sky. This is why you have your feather on the headdress as well. Man, I could like this is real game.
And they talk about like the what is it, the mushroom cap or whatever on like Santa
Oh,
Claus
too.
and all that
Yeah, I
good
don't
stuff
like
and
all
stuff.
that, but as a shroom taker, I've studied into that. I quit on it because it just is stupid. Not stupid as in stupid, but stupid like okay, I know this now. But you can see it on the walls of Egypt as well, buddy, Brenda.
Upside down.
It's okay, sir, and I'm dad, not mom.
That's what my kids do that too all the time.
From time to time, it happens, you know. But yeah, I really do study symbolism. I study that more than I do anything. I try to keep it balanced. Divine, go in your room, sir. Thank you, buddy. And I just know, just like any religious text you look at, you will see that all it is speaking on is the physical man and how we got here as
Right.
man, not as physical beings. Because some people gonna say primordial ooze. Some people gonna say, you know, we was amphibians in the water. Then we just said we gonna go on land and we turn into monkeys. A bunch of that. I'm not talking about none of that. I'm talking about this essence of who we are. How did it get to this reality? Not this planet, but this reality. And our ancestors knew better. They just knew better. I love talking about this type shit, man.
Yeah, salute.
Oh, for sure,
And
for
guys
sure.
just came through and dropped some jewels.
Y'all gotta run this.
Yeah.
Y'all gotta run this back and take them notes, y'all. Whoever in the chat see this and stuff, man.
For sure, run this back and take some notes. I know I'm gonna run it back and take some notes.
You know, I wrote a book. I done sold about 20 something copies, and half of the book is breaking down symbols pertaining to religion, pertaining to biology, poetry, artwork. Trigger Man, if y'all know who he is, some of y'all might not, but there's a gentleman named Trigger Man. We were speaking on what were we speak? We were speaking on some, and I broke, and we was talking about symbols, man. Symbolism is very important, man. That's all I gotta say. You know.
Okay, so a quick question too.
Yes, sir.
Um, what would you suggest for people to start trying to get in tune? Because you know it's kind of it can be hard for people to get in tune
Even for
sometimes.
me, absolutely. Even for me.
So what would you say? That's what I'm saying. Like even for me
Mm-hmm.
too. Like I go on my little spurts where I just don't. I just
Yeah. You get kind of
I just
lost.
be yeah. I just entertain myself sometimes.
Yeah.
I just watch bullshit. I
Straight
go on my
up.
little spurts where I watch bullshit because it
Mm-hmm.
gotta be some kind of balance. And
Absolutely.
when I first started coming into
Yeah.
information, that's all I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
then
Sometimes you gotta chill for a little
You
while.
got to, or you'll get overwhelmed.
yeah,
You
yeah.
want to look everywhere. Oh, what's this? And then it's like too much.
Yeah.
Right. So
But
what would you suggest people start looking into in your opinion? Like first that's
honestly,
gonna keep them interested as well.
honestly, I'm gonna give you my honest answer. This is not even to be funny. I would suggest anybody who hears this and heard that question to get my book. And the reason I say that, now this is why I say that, not because it's just my book and I'm trying to, no, my book that I have written and I'll write for anybody is a compendium. Now, what a compendium is it's everything that you're dealing with. So if I was writing a compendium on butterflies, I would give you all the information in a simplified manner that will give you the information needed. My book deals with law, biology, history, metaphysics, symbolism, etymology, genetics, psychology. I, 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 I put everything in one. So when it comes to religion, for example, I break down really briefly, but maybe 4 or 5 pages worth on how religion was birthed, where it was birthed from, and that's that. So now you have a basis to build your own book on as far as religion is concerned. Symbolism, I do the same thing. I give examples of ancient symbolism and I show how to break it down step by step. Now that's a whole half of a book. So I would suggest anybody who wants to get just a foundation started or keep up with what they have and add on to get my compendium. But if you don't want to do that, which I can understand, I would look into, when it comes to symbolism, look into Carl Jung, Carl, Carl Jung, Jung. And in the book that I have, it's called Man and His Symbol. It's a cheap book. It's probably like $23. You can get also a book called, and this is the great reference book. Like this is a great book for anybody. Doesn't even matter if you're on symbolism. It's called Alchemy and Mysticism. I forgot the author's name offhand. I apologize, but it's called Alchemy and Mysticism. If you want to get into Black history, I use these terms loosely once again. If you want to get into Black history, get this book. It's called Know Your History from the Beginning of Time to the Present by J.A. Rogers. And the reason I say get this book or would reference this book is because it's, a lot, I don't even want to be funny.
I heard that. Yeah.
A lot of people cannot read a book if it don't got pictures in it. I'm sorry to say that, but a lot of people need pictures in books. This book is formatted
big, like a magazine, right?
Yeah, this book is formatted to look like a comic book, but it's filled with real history. This appeals to children. This appeals to people who might need pictures in their book. I'm not knocking you if you do, or else I wouldn't have this book. So these books, this book, Alchemy and Mysticism, and Carl Jung's. Man, I got so many goddamn books.
Carl Jung was a psychologist, right?
He was a psychologist. And it just like this type of stuff you'll find in Alchemy and Mysticism. This is all symbolic. Somebody see a white dragon and a black dragon fighting. It's deeper than that. But it just gets into the artwork. And it breaks it down. Like, why the eagle? Stuff like this. People might be spooked out by this type stuff. But it breaks down symbols. And the importance of that is, I just showed that we speak symbols. So if you don't know, first of all, if you don't know the definition of the word you're speaking, you're definitely not going to know the symbolism and the power that it took to create the word. Just like door. So these are the books I would refer. Know Your History by J. Rogers. Man and His Symbol by Carl Jung. Alchemy and Mysticism. I hate that I can't remember the author, but Alchemy and Mysticism. And a lot of these books you can get in PDF form. That's what I do. I have a lot of books. I've read so many books in PDF form to the point now I have to get a physical copy because I'm doing myself a disservice. So those are the books. If you want to get into Black history more so, The African Origin of Civilization by Cheikh Anta Diop. Lies My Teacher Told Me by James Lowen. And They Came Before Columbus by Ivan Van Sertima. These are some good reference points.
Yeah, and what about Anthony Browder?
The Browder Files. Yeah, that's great too.
That's like one of the first. I think that was probably the first book somebody told me about, and I didn't rest till I got that shit.
What's the first book you actually read, if you can remember? That was, that had some significance to it.
Oh, significance.
Mine was Message to the Black Man. That was my first significant book.
Nah, the first significant book I read had to be because I used to read a lot as a kid too.
Mm-hmm.
Damn,
So many,
damn,
right?
I can't. No, actually,
Iceberg Slim. Nah,
nah, I
Come on
think
now.
no. You know
Which
what?
one though? Which one
Nah,
though?
you know what book I actually have some real significance was fucking what book was that? Man Child in the Promised Land.
Okay. I'm not hip to that one.
That's by Claude Brown.
Okay, I'm gonna check into that.
But it's basically like his life story. Like
Mm-hmm.
it's not like a Black History book. It's like his
It was
basically
significant to you
yeah
though.
yeah
All right.
yeah yeah
I'm gonna give it a look, man. And,
yeah
you ever had the people say, "Oh, you can't believe everything you read in a book"? That's funny to me. That is funny to me
yeah
because now you're assuming that I only read one book.
yeah
They
yeah.
can lie in books too. I'm pretty sure that's why
Mhm.
libraries exist.
I think it was that one, and then I read, and then after that, I think the second one was Malcolm X, his biography, and then that's when I started looking for Gratified and all the other ones and all that. So yeah.
I think the first book I probably read that was of some significance was probably Behold the Pale Horse.
Classic,
And I still ain't read that
classic.
one yet.
You can get that on PDF.
Yeah, I still ain't reading. Right now, I'm reading the Laws of Human Nature.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good
Yeah,
one.
right now I'm reading that.
Ooh, see,
Oh
more
yeah, that sounds
streams are
like a
needed
good one.
like this, man. We really are
Yeah,
talking good game for real. These type of
yeah.
streams are the content. This the type of stuff I appreciate all day. You know,
Mm-hmm.
Don't
it's
get you gotta flood it.
straight up. You know.
We just gotta flood it and keep doing it and encourage more people to do it because like it's other people that wanna that wanna have a platform and speak about something that's gonna uplift people and give people game to move
Mm-hmm.
forward with themselves, but it's so many people that look down on it, or if they don't look down on it, you you know get discouraged
Yeah, absolutely.
because
But it's the nonsense
pay attention
that's
to
more
what's
entertaining to them.
going on and also know that shit like all this shit is programmed. So
Mm-hmm.
it only
You drink, you keep going higher and lower.
has is only the energy that you
Yeah,
give.
you noticed it too.
So you just gotta keep the mind over matter and know that the mission and your goal at the end is is what's important and what's gonna manifest. Because a lot of people don't think that like this, this shit ain't looked at as the move. They're
Mm-hmm.
like, oh man, what you doing, man?
Here you go
Mm-hmm.
trying to push this shit. Like,
Yeah,
what you want to talk about? The Kardashians? Cool, they witches. You want to break that down? I just ruined your day. I
Yeah.
know.
hey, and see that's the thing too, because it's like even no matter what it is, it ties back to this information.
Mm-hmm.
Even even the gossip,
Mm-hmm.
even the gossip.
And that's where wisdom comes from. I learned,
Yeah.
wisdom comes by being able to capture the minds of the minorities. Listen to what I'm saying. I don't say nothing for no reason. Minorities do not mean black folks. Don't
Mm-hmm.
never forget that. Anybody who's in earshot of this live stream, stop. If you're and I use these terms
It's like
loosely.
child,
If
no?
if you're a black person, a melanated being, do not call yourself minority. It is a child-minded person who cannot fend or defend or speak for themselves. Never call yourself a minority. You know, but this is where wisdom comes from, though. Being able to break shit down to a second grader, third grader. And this is why I say my compendium is so important. And this is why people appreciate it. Because I don't take the long drawn out explanations to make myself sound really educated and great like that. No. Wisdom comes from being able to break that shit down to a minute level. That's what we have to do with our peoples. Our peoples are under a spell of ignorance by definition. So we have to be able to say, okay, I might not know everything about everything, but I know a lot about a little. And with this a lot about a little, I can break this shit down to my kids. And if I could do that, I could talk to the people who love watching the Real Housewives, who love being on Facebook all night and day, to the people who have to be on Instagram because they need followers. You know, this is what we're dealing with. And that's crazy too. These bitches, man, these little OnlyFans hoes. I'm sorry, let me sidebar. These OnlyFans hoes about to have it hard. About to have it hard. Back to the streets you go. Sorry. That's a side note.
Tell them why.
Oh, you can't sell, you know, certain things on OnlyFans no more. They taking that away. So if your whole game ain't on point like it should have been, and I know it ain't because you're selling shit on the internet, which is wild, you got to get your heels to the streets now. If the right P ain't give you the right game, you out here renegading, you're going to be lost cause.
Hit that motherfucking stroll.
Look, these renegades ain't never had a P in their life. So they don't know how to conduct themselves in these streets as hoes, real hoes.
Right,
I know this took a sidebar, but hey, I'm just saying.
There's always room for hoes in the conversation.
You feel me? For real. You know, if I know I stand on that, be on my channel too. So he know that I know what the fuck I be talking about when it comes to pimps and hoes. I used to do certain things. It's gonna be bad.
You saying you was in the game.
Real game, you know, like I said, I put paint where it ain't, as a wise P once said, because I was really taught by wise pimps. And my mama know this, my girl know this, everybody in my, you know, these OnlyFans hoes about to be fucked up. Anyway, though, that still come with science, but we gonna leave it alone.
That's a fact. That come with it's a science behind that too.
Man, you know, I had to put some life on and some giggles in here for the people listening in the chat. Oh, they talk a lot of knowledge. I can't keep up. Well, let's talk about some pimps and hoes real quick.
No, that's
we used to back in the day. We had a party. It was called, well, I didn't. Somebody else did. It was called the Pimps and Hoes party. people were dressed like pimps and hoes. That's crazy.
That's funny. But straight up, man.
Hey, but yeah, I appreciate y'all coming through, man.
For real, man. I appreciated this stream.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. I'm about to wrap it up. Y'all wanna end it with something?
I'll let the queen go first if she got something to say.
I talked enough. I'm good. I think I've said what I think I got my feel too. So I feel like I've let some stuff go out of my brain.
There we go.
It feels good. It feels like it got a little weight lifted off of me. So thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. Appreciate you outstanding on that.
Too. Yes, sir. Appreciate
yes, sir, man. Appreciate you, man, coming through and dropping jewels, man. Black Rock, I appreciate you sliding through too, dropping jewels, man.
Yes,
and conversating and politic and having a good time with us, man.
Yeah.
You've been on here for about almost 5 hours. You've been putting in that work today.
Yeah.
But, I would just say, you know, to the people out there, don't get overwhelmed by listening to us and thinking you have to know everything and there's a lot to know. You know, I would just say, get to know yourself. Take your time with yourself. It's like getting into a relationship with a new person. You got to take the time out with yourself. Take yourself out on a date. Take yourself to the park. Start talking to yourself, getting to know yourself, and you'll really see how divine. And these words ain't gonna help you because you're so much more than these words. But you're a divine person. You're a divine being, and just love yourself. Appreciate the knowledge that was dropped by these gentlemen and the queen that tapped in, and just be cool, man. Be cool. That's all I want
Yeah,
to say.
fucking knowing yourself is better than knowing everything. You know what I'm saying?
Real,
Absolutely.
real.
But I'm out, God. I'm gonna jump in the chat.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate you for coming through.
All
Yes,
right,
sir.
peace, man.
Yup.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta
Yeah, knowing
subscribe to the
yourself.
channel. Yeah.
Yeah, go subscribe to King Oz channel.
Yeah.
He for sure got game over there. A lot of information, a lot of jewels, and a lot of knowledge.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. It's been real, man.
Yes, sir, man.
Banging ass live, man. Real.
Yep, I'm gonna have to pull up again tomorrow.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to pull up again tomorrow and see if I'm trying to get more consistent and
Yeah.
my time a little bit more wisely.
Yeah.
But
Let me
yeah,
see.
appreciate y'all coming through, man.
Let me drop off. Salute, man.
Yes, sir. Be easy.
All right.
Peace. Yeah, this was a dope live. We're gonna have more like it. We need more like it, and not just not just on certain platforms. We need a bunch of platforms that's that's spitting out that information, that truth, having them real conversations that people need to hear, and dropping information that the people need to know. Knowledge itself, health, law, energy, um, language, etymology, uh, what else? Spirituality, all, like all of it. So yeah, we're gonna be getting tapped in once again. I appreciate everybody that came through. Stand on what you say, and only say what you can stand on.
Yourself, love, truth.
Stand on what you say, and only say what you can stand on. And yeah, we're gonna wrap this thing up.
Knowledge of self, love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. You never stop learning. God is within.
Shout out
Protect your
Sierra
energy
Brown.
too.
Appreciate you,
And
sis.
remember, your haters really admire you. They just don't got the strength to tell you. You looking like a big deal.
I'm looking like a big deal. Yeah. And I'm looking like the real. If you can't swim, you bound to drown. Hard body like steel. Riding waves like I'm in a competition. I don't care how you feel.